Snow Crash. Snow Crash is pretty good. Pretty good. Other things by Gibson, like Neuromancer, Moldy's Overdrive. I don't remember the order of these though.
The echo is great.
Thank you for the
echo
follow,
is great.
Valencia.
Okay.
Balenciago boy. Both. Okay, all right.
Yeah, we are
You know, I
listening to
tried,
Taco
okay.
Bit. So while the Mac Mini
The
was
name is
updating,
so long it has its
I
own
was
postcode, okay.
yeah, I was watching Toggle Bit. If you guys don't know who Togglebit is, you should be absolutely following Togglebit. Fantastic streamer, you know. Go say hi to him. Go say hi. Okay. All right. But we won't listen to him in the back end. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh, you know what? Let me give my password. Let's finish this. Just do it. All right. Wusha, how are you doing? You know what? I didn't update my titles, my streaming title. Let me update those. Let me update. What are we doing? We're not Twitch alerts and planning right now. We are we're gonna do some work on Eddington. Eddington work before classes. I've never seen this before. Never seen this before. That's interesting. Oh no. Uh-oh. Conflicting files again. Oh no. I feel like every upgrade I get this now. I feel like every upgrade I get this now. Where we have some conflict. Which I feel like I've just installed something improperly. I feel like this is on me, but this is also a pain. So we're going to go through and figure out what... You know what? We might uninstall OBS. We might uninstall OBS. I don't actually use it on this machine anyhow. So it's more than useless or less than useless. Consumed King, it happens to you as well. Okay, well, at least it happens to somebody else. That makes me feel better. It didn't used to. For like the first 6 months of using Arch, I never got these conflicting files. And now it seems to be happening quite a bit more. And I'm wondering if it's just because I have more stuff installed. But I need to talk to an Arch professional. Because it feels very much like I don't have the tools to debug this correctly. It feels like I don't understand the right way to debug this. You know, like there's 17 packages going to be updated, but I don't know which one of these 17, which are the two that are conflicting. I honestly don't know, and I don't know how to figure out. I kind of just guess around a little bit, and I deleted some stuff the last time this happened. You know, I could look at like one way that I went about this last time was like looking at what was having the conflict and trying to find out what depended on, you know, Everest. But the tools given to me or how I was leveraging them, again, it could be a skill issue on me for sure. I couldn't actually find, you know, who was using Everest. Which of these two were doing it? Was it Conda? Was it Argo CD? I don't know. I ended up guessing and deleting some stuff that I didn't need. And that worked. That worked last time. So, anyways, yeah, I don't know. 4 hours ago, Pac-Man asked you to delete all your... Oh, I haven't seen that one yet. Maybe I accidentally accepted. I mean, they wanted to make it where I didn't have to type anything, right? Because I do just click through these sometimes because these are a little bit annoying. I could also... I don't know if it's the OBS Studio browser. I can just delete that. Okay. Well, I'm not going to make this a stream of... Until I find somebody that tells me how to properly dig into this, I'm not going to do this on stream because it's just a bunch of trial and error for me because I just have to go look through these. And basically disable one at a time until it works, or delete. What I'll do is I'll go through and delete some that I don't think that I need. Obviously, I need these that I know of. I'm not sure about these. Probably can delete this. Probably can delete these two. This one. This one. Yeah. What does it mean flagged out of date? They're not in the update, right? They're not in the update, right? No, I had my hand in the wrong place on the keyboard. They're not in the update, right? What does this mean? Okay. So it just basically means that there's an update incoming. Okay. Okay. It's going to be updated by the package maintainer soon. Okay. All right. Maybe, honestly, maybe the issue's here in one of these that's flagged as out of date. And once they're updated, they would work with these, right? So maybe something in here uses the same library as something in here. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're done. We're done with that. Look at that. Nothing happened. Try Pac-Man. That's what I did. This is what I did. I mean, I did yay Pac-Man, yay SYU, but this is what I did. I just did it through yay, but that is, yeah. No issues, no problems. All right. All right, so I did something a little new, and it's not perfect. I almost didn't release it. I almost to make it I learned a lot doing this. And I'm going to share it with you guys. You guys are some of the first people to see it. I have a new YouTube video, my honest Kubernetes ad. It's scheduled for right now. It should be like 10 a.m. It's 10:02. It's 10:02. You guys should be able to see it now. Okay. I want your guys' thoughts. It's not perfect, but if I was never going to release it. So I just released what I had. It's also only about a fourth of the content I have for the honest Kubernetes ad. Actually, it probably should be Kubernetes. It was a huge learning experience on how to make a video like this. I've never made a video like this. Are you overwhelmed? And yeah, so I want your guys' feedback. That being said, I actually know a lot of things. Like, one, I've never green screened before, which this was a catastrophe on almost all levels. I took a ton of time basically manually rotoscoping parts where the green screen was just completely failed because I didn't light it well. So there's a lot of learnings just on a technical videography level. I know Scott B is going to come in here and tell me how I did this wrong, which he's probably right. Lots of I'm fixing those. There's also, I basically wrote a bunch of jokes, but I didn't have a story. That's another thing that fails with this one. I don't have a convincing straight story. Now, that's why I took out a bunch of the other content. One, to make it shorter. And two, I want to use that with a story. I want to use it with, I want to make these short clips about the new technology that's coming out and about the stuff that we're learning on stream, and have them be funny little things that are out there. Kind of, they play the YouTube algorithm a little bit better. That being said, if you don't mind actually going and watching this, if you can actually go and watch this, that would do me a huge favor. Leave me the feedback. Leave a comment, even if you're like, this sucks. This sucks. Don't do it again. Leave that comment. Not this one exactly. Because if you leave that one exactly, I'll know, but other people won't know. I'll know that you're memeing me, but don't leave that one exactly. Anyways, leave your own words. So go ahead, watch it. I don't know. We could watch it here on stream. It's not long. Do you guys want to see this? It's what? 4 minutes total. 4 minutes total. Now, it feels weird to watch myself, to be honest. I'm not going to watch it. You guys go watch it. All right. I left some Easter eggs in there, too. So you guys go have fun with that. You guys go have fun with that. All right. But yeah, like I said, yeah, I've never made YouTube videos like this before. So, like I said, the execution wasn't perfect. I learned a lot doing it. Probably half the things that you are going to tell me, I probably already know and realize. That's okay. Go ahead and tell me. I probably have have cringed at it myself. Play it when I go for coffee. Okay, I'll do that. I'll play it when I go for coffee. Yeah, sorry. That's a good idea. It was meant to be, a lot of people have unrealistic expectations of tech, and so it was meant to be kind of a fun exploration of those things. Like, just adopt Kubernetes. It will solve the problem. Like I said, I have a whole lot more. If people like it, I'll continue with the the honest tech ads. I'm gonna try to make them kind of informative. This was a first stab. It was a first stab. It's kind of bad. First stab. Russell, now that I see you here, I actually have. You're my arch person. You're my arch person. I actually have a question. This has been happening more and more often, where I go to upgrade something like this, and we jump through those, and basically it fails. In a second it will fail. All right, it fails because there's a conflict. I don't know what's conflicting, and I don't know how to find what's conflicting. Monta. Oh boy. So these are the types of things that it's not meant. My honest tech ads, what my goal isn't to make fun of a specific company or a technology, although we will be kind of making fun of all of them at the same time. But my whole idea is to bring awareness of some of these things and help people learn about them in a fun way. Because I feel like that's the one thing I've not ever done on my YouTube channel is anything fun and click worthy. If you want to learn Rust, I have a Rust tutorial, but like, how do people find my channel other than that? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's a terrible idea. Maybe I should never do it again. Leave a comment. Okay, so I don't know how to find what depends. What uses Everest? So I realize that there's conflicts. Two things want Everest. I get it. And those two things also, and I tried to like follow this, but everything that I tried to follow, every time I tried to use a command, it never actually returned useful information to me. This has happened the last 2 upgrades, Russell. Just an upgrade. I'm not installing anything. And the last time I just had to uninstall the pop. I had installed a component of pop a while ago for like login and log out. And then I stopped using it. And so I could just delete it. But I haven't done anything else. So I don't know. The only thing that I could think of at this point is there are some packages that need to be updated. And maybe one of these also, it's like a shared version. I don't know. I don't know. This has happened the last 2 times I've upgraded, though. So. I realized it's embed TLS, but my question is, what of these other things is it conflicting with? Like, it tells me this is owned by embed TLS, but what is the thing that it's conflicting with? I don't know. I don't know which one of these things conflicts with it. Right? And there might be a command. I don't know it. I don't know how to figure out which one of these is upset with embed to TLS. Just update embed TLS on its own. Oh. Yay. Update single package. I don't know how to do that. I have never done that. Let's see. Oh, it's just S. Okay. That never mind. That makes sense. I was not thinking about what I was typing. If this fixes it, I'll be annoyed. Well, it did update. Wait. Maybe, did this fail? Why is it allowing me to update again? Oh, no. It is up to date. It's reinstalling. Okay. So, yeah. And this is where I got last time is I have no way of knowing which one of these things conflicts with this. And wait. Why does it say that embed TLS 2. So this is the weird thing. Like, something is wanting embed. This is probably the thing conflicting. Embed TLS 2.2. We're at 3. I don't know. Can I just remove that? I didn't ever install it. So this is what eventually we figured out was something wanted embed TLS 2, not embed TLS 3. But then again, I don't know which one of these is what dependency we have, because it doesn't even have to be one of these. It could be like some, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how to debug this. Can you install the bed from Pacman? Yeah, I can use Pacman. I've been using Yay, but I don't know why Pacman would make a difference, right? Versus Yay. I could be wrong though. How do I search installed packages? Let's see if ChatGPT can answer this. Let's see. How to search QS. I just realized I typoed this hard. I typoed it hard. super. Guys, I use Arch, but have no idea what I'm doing with it, obviously. Okay, so then what we can do is see who depends. How do we have 2 of these installed? All right, I want to see who is using this. Show packages that have Python as a dependency. Is it QI? Is it QI? QI. And we'll do 2 here, right? 2. glibc. My goodness. This depends on required by Godot. Okay, let's see what 3 conflicts with Polar SSL and replaces Polar SSL. And required by these things. Oh, actually, so this actually did better than last time, because if you guys remember, like this was like a week ago. Last time we had this issue where it didn't have a required by, which was weird. Okay. Now I still haven't. There is nothing that says these are the things conflicting. Like, I obviously have both installed already on my machine. So there's nothing that says these 2 things are the things in conflict. Actually, let me try upgrading just this. Oh, so embed TLS 2 is the thing conflicting. Okay, so at least we narrowed that down. But that was a lot of guesswork, because who knew what was actually conflicting or causing the conflict? There was nothing that said, when you went to upgrade, it didn't say embed TLS. I wish it would has a conflict, because it could have been anything. CUDA. All right, so now I have to just decide to delete one of these. I'm going to delete the embed TLS 2. It's required for Godot. I know I installed Godot, and I do plan on using it, but we'll fix Godot later. Yeah, we'll fix Godot later. I'm just going to delete Godot as a whole. That sucks. Kind of sucks. Why not adding the containerized app idea to Arch? Well, you could consume King. So like we could install stuff through Flatpak. And in fact, if let's see, go.flatpak. I would assume that Flatpak has Godot. And if you guys don't understand what Snap or Flatpak are doing, they are effectively building a container. Now, it's not an OCI container, but I'll still call it a container because they use a lot of the same technologies in the backend. So they're using those Linux constructs like C groups and namespaces to isolate the process running. So Absolutely could. I don't love the execution of these types of things. Oh, like make Pac-Man support? Well, because I didn't write Pac-Man. And that also gets weird because apt does this now. If you run on Ubuntu, and I actually dislike this, and you apt install something on Ubuntu, whether you installed a the words just escaped me. Whether you installed a container or an actual apt is handled behind the scenes. It will use Snap in the back end if there's a Snap package available for it. So, and now you've just made this kind of tangled mess because some things are these containers and some things are not. And it's hard to know. It's hard to know. So I don't love just doing it silently in the back end for you either. Okay, so we're gonna just uninstall Godot for right now. What is it? It's the little s that will remove all of its dependencies. I think it's the little s on remove. Yay, remove package with dependencies. Yeah. It's S. It's S. Sorry, I don't remove stuff a whole lot. I just install stuff. All right, we should see embed. Yeah, embed is listed there. Maybe we use Flatpak to install Godot in the future. And now we should be able to, yay. Because it won't update embed utils anymore. So this should just work. Sorry, everybody. I know that this is not the most fun. I am trying to stream me learning. I don't know how to make that fun yet, but I'm working on it. Okay, I didn't realize we were going to have to build it. What am I building? What am I building that I did not get from... What the garbage? What am I building? Oh my goodness. Do I build OBS from source? I'm such a... You know, I realized at one point I thought that this was really cool, where you could have these source distributions where you could actually just build those. And so I know that I installed some. I thought I had replaced some of them because the worst part about building from source is it just takes forever. I have a good computer and I don't know what it is with Yay, but it doesn't take all of it. Like it doesn't, I can build OBS from source and just plow through it. I have the hardware to do it, but like it's not doing it. It's like using one thread. It's like single thread. It's not multi-threading the install. So it sits here and it goes for a while. It goes for a little while because yeah, it's just not multi-threading it, which is dumb. You should at least take up half the course. Do half. And yes, the C build tools are multi-thread. You can run it in parallel. There are flags in Yay to enable it. I didn't mean downloads. Oh, I said it. That was my whole statement. I know that C supports it. C and C++ support it. That's where I that's where I made a lot of my money was in C++. I was stating that I know that this is a thing. It's just not being used. Sorry, I thought you were saying Yay had flags for it. And I was like, oh, that's possible. Yeah, it is a script. And so maybe it's actually the actual. Oh, that's actually a good point. It's probably not Yay. It's probably the actual repo that I'm using, how they have it configured. That's a really good point. That it's the script in the repo that like defines all of that. Okay, that makes sense. And I suppose that you don't want your install to just consume everything. Well, there we go. For a little bit. You probably don't want your install. I don't know. I kind of do. I would prefer it just consume everything than just drag on. All right, let's do something more fun and interesting. Ooh, so we have. Let's check on our Twitch alerts. We did an update last week. So interestingly enough, Thursday, we found out that our Twitch alerts were broken because they updated their API. Twitch did. Twitch developers. Let's see. And the cool thing is they didn't even document it. Let's see. Handling WebSocket events. Where is it? Where? Maybe not Dark Reader. Nope. Definitely need Dark Reader. Sorry about that. Where did we find the here we go. It was in the ping. No. It was in notification. The data from the notification. Nope. Not here. WebSite reference. Here we go. All right. So yeah, they have. They added a in the welcome message. There's a new payload, and they don't have it documented, so I don't know if it's important or not. They're not sending any information. They're sending null in it. So these are actually sent as the string characters null, not empty. Empty, I guess, would mean something. They're the actual physical characters null. So both of these, the reconnect URL and it's something like reconnect. It made me feel like it was the exact same thing, but it's not reconnect URL. It's something very similar like that. It's a new one, and it was causing Twitch alerts to break. But I think we solved it. But I want to check on it and make sure it's still running. Make sure we're still getting logs from it. Let's see. Twitch alerts. It's running. Are we still getting logs? Are we still connected? Has our reconnection logic worked? It seems like it is. It seems like all of our updates are working. That's awesome. Cool. Okay. All right, so let's work a little on Eddington. While before we get into the stream, we have some artwork. We have some new artwork that we're going to over the next week be adding. Oh! Let me talk coming next week's. So we have. Thank you for the follow. There's your personalized follow message just for you. No one else gets that follow message. If somebody followed right now really close, the message is awfully close. The AI is like, well, I just did all of this work. They're awfully close, but they're not the exact same. So space out those follows. What I need to do is I need to add jitter to the prompt. I need to make like 4 or 5 different prompts that I rotate through so that if there's like 2 people that follow right behind each other, the AI doesn't just say, "Oh, I already answered this answer." I'll just spit that one out with the new name in it. It's anyways. Thanks for the follow. The thing that I was going to say is there are some changes that are going to happen, for better or for worse. I wanted to talk to you guys about them because I want your feedback. Basically, I need a day off, and I don't get a day off right now. Sundays I do the news streams. Saturdays I do this stream. I like both of these things, but I need Sunday off. So right now the news doesn't have. I need a day that is all my own, where I can schedule to meet friends, where I can just do nothing, or I can work on a video that I want to work on, or work on the house, or go fly the drone somewhere. I don't know, don't care. I need a day. So I'm making a day. And so the news is now orphaned. I don't know when it's going to happen now. Oh, good point, Russell. Having the message be similar would make sense as we'd be on the same quest. I didn't think about it that way. Ooh, I didn't think about it that way. That's interesting. Like, we may even need to update our contextual info, like the stuff that we don't actually query the AI with, but how we set it up to make everybody on the same quest. You know what we could almost do? We could, Russell, I like this. Let's put this as a note here. We're gonna make a new folder for our Twitch alerts. I like this, Russell. To do. All right. What if every single day the AI would make up a quest? And then whenever someone follows or for that day follows or subs or whatever, they help achieve that quest. We could even gamify it a little bit, where like the quest is to like, you know, completed if we beat the prior day or something. Like, not doing that right now, but in the future we could gamify this. We could gamify it. I like that. I like that a lot. That makes our system even more unique. Okay. Good thought. Are my Twitch alerts over-engineered? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, they're over-engineered. What is the point of making your own Twitch alerts if they're not going to be over-engineered? Who else has AI powering their Twitch alerts, okay? It's not what we do here. Right. Like today could be that we're defeating a dragon. And so then like they make this story about how, you know, they're helping the Null Party defeat the dragon. I like the idea. I like it a lot. And yes, these are totally over-engineered Twitch alerts, and I'm not even sorry. Not even sorry. You know what? I actually have the most fun working on the Twitch alerts. I find that like I don't actually love working on Eddington on stream because of how complicated it is. And I love the project, but it's less fun, I feel like, to work on. than something like Twitch alerts, where you have that immediate gratification. You can see the stuff. We can even be running them. We can even point the live Twitch alerts to the thing running locally. It's fun. It's fun. Tomorrow will be herb gathering. That will be hilarious. Just like the random quests we go on. Oh, that I actually love that. Like, because it could be something like, oh yeah, today's quest is gathering herbs. And you're like, all right. I doubt that's what it comes up with, but it would be hilarious. Okay, back to the topic at hand. Sorry, that was just a really, really good idea. I just really liked it. Okay, so I need Sundays off. That's my goal. I'm still doing the news tomorrow, so don't worry. I'll be doing it. Nothing's changing right now. But in the coming weeks, the news will need to go away. Now, when I do it is the question. Where does it go? I don't know, because I work full days on these days. And I stream in the evenings, but the evenings aren't conducive to my audience, really. So the evenings aren't as conducive. So I've been thinking about a lunch stream. Maybe we do the news on a lunch. I love having a set time for the news. So my other thought was to spread the news out and just do chunks. Like there's some other streamers that kind of do this, and maybe that's the right thing. But then you never really know when they're going to be on. It's just whenever there's a news topic to cover and they've had enough information on it. Maybe I start doing it that way. I don't know. I'd love your guys' feedback, so please tell me what your thoughts are on this. Would you like it set at a lunchtime, or would you just like me to just cover the major topics and stream whenever? It would be in the morning, or probably in the mornings before noon. Let me know. Because the end thing is the news has to go. And I have 2 p.m. to 5:30 because like I spend a decent amount of time beforehand. It's actually more time than just the stream because anyways, I already explained that. So that's what's happening with the stream. The other thing is we have some Twitch goals. So I actually have this. If you guys don't know what this is, so for 1,000 followers, I'm going to do a stream listening to this.
Feeling down, feeling that no one really gets you, or you're just wanting to hear some encouraging words, well, there's a solution.
You can have what you want. You can do it. The finish line is closer than you think.
The Cheers to You CD is 8 tracks filled with
The Cheers to You CD. So, yes. I don't know if that's a punishment or a reward. I don't know if that's a punishment or reward, but it's there. So do you split the news, cloud on Tuesday, open source Thursdays? I was kind of thinking of that, Russell. Like spread some of this out and do specific categories on specific times. That was kind of a thought. I don't know if it's a good thought. I don't. Yeah. Would that be interesting? Would people be able to join for those? Noon. Let me show you guys what time that would be. So for me, I could do it either at noon or 1 on most days. So I don't know where you are at. I'm talking to you. I don't know where you are at, but your time zone is probably close to one of these, so you could see where that would be for you. That or 1 hour earlier. And these would be shorter. They would be like an hour. They would just be over my lunch break. So that's a thought. And doing maybe just 2 of them. I feel like I could get away with 2 of them. Actually, so this would give me a little bit more time, you know, because I could maybe do 3 of them. I feel like this would give me the time to like go in depth on more things because I do feel rushed right now. Like I have to go through things because there's just so many things to cover sometimes. So maybe that would give me the time to cover some stuff in a little bit more depth. I'm not sure. 1 hour. I don't know if that's a yeah, 1 hour. I don't know. A stream less than an hour feels weird to me, to be honest. Maybe it's not. Especially for the news, maybe it's not. Maybe I don't need to make it an hour. I don't know. Then we're working on some Twitch goals. So at 2,000 followers, we get Twitch Plays Wordle, or we start working on building this. And then Twitch Plays D&D, 5,000 followers. So go ahead and hit that follow button so that you can help us get to more over-engineered Twitch alerts. It'll be awesome. I'm going to copy these over. I know that I say Twitch alerts. It's the whole system because we built a system that ingests events and stuff, which can also ingest like commands and stuff that people are writing. So the other things is Twitch plays. Wordle and D&D. There we go. All right. To be fair, the streams need to be comfortable to you more than anyone else. I don't know. Is that a true statement, Cat Muffin? If comfortable to me is right here and none of you can join, is it then worth it? I don't know. Like, I don't know that that's a true statement, to be fair. I don't know that that's a true statement at all. I appreciate the sentiment. I understand the sentiment. I don't know that it's true, but and this is not true. I don't know that I want to stream at 3 a.m., but yeah, I appreciate the sentiment. There might be, but if I have no following there, I don't know. I don't know. You're right. Maybe. Maybe. Would the Twitch Plays D&D be linked to the follower AI quest? Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. Would it be linked to... Okay, so... But we would be talking about the daily quest, right? Daily follower... Don't know. That's actually a fantastic question. That could be really interesting, too. Link to the daily. Yeah, I like that idea. I like that idea. It could be. the idea for the D&D was basically AI makes up quest, makes up story, and gives options that chat votes on. So basically everybody everybody votes on which decision to make. The AI makes up everything else. And then plays off of those decisions. Oh, follower goals to make it easier to harder. Okay. Yeah. Cat Muffin, thank you so much for subscribing. I super appreciate it. You guys enable me. You guys help me do what I do. I actually mean that. Yeah. You guys help me over-engineer Twitch alerts. That's... If you're wanting to talk over-engineering, this isn't even the over-engineered parts. It's a microservice architecture that's compiled into a monolith. If you want to talk about over-engineering, my Twitch alerts are over-engineered. Multi-threaded, machine learning, microservice architectured Twitch alerts. Compiled into a monolith. It's fantastic. Okay, cool. Follower goals can make it easier, harder. I like that idea. I like that idea. Okay. AI makes up comes actually maybe Wordle should be I don't know if it should be tied into it. Makes up a word and chat votes on each letter to guess. So yeah, okay. We got things here. This is good. All right. Anyways, this was mostly meant to be an FYI. We've stayed here a little bit longer. I'm working on this. This is going. It's getting kicked out of my Sundays. Not tomorrow. Probably not the week after. But it is leaving Sunday. Probably for good. Hopefully that enables me to, I say hopefully make better content. Like hopefully it just gives me a day off, and like that's going to be the thing that I want. So, sorry if it's inconvenient. I know that time worked well for us, but that will be coming to an end. All right. The other thing is I want you guys to keep giving me topics. So I want to, I've been doing the Kubernetes and Rust, but I'd like to prepare for a topic, whatever it is, for career growth, distributed systems. We have some topics. We need more topics in here, because what I'd like to do is maybe we set up a thing to vote in Discord. Not sure exactly how we pick. I can just pick for right now. Like, that's not a big problem. It would be cool if you guys got to pick the topic each week, but I'd like to do one of these each Saturday as well. And because I think you guys really like it, and I hope that helps us level up our career and understanding. So those are some of the things I'd like to do. Those are some of the things that I would like to do. I was waiting on my password. I was waiting. We were done. We were done. Just need to get our password in. It shouldn't have to recompile anything. Yeah, we're done. Okay. We're done. What's up? How's everyone doing? All right. So we have about an hour before we start the Rust, and then 2 hours before we start the Kubernetes. Let's actually get some work done on Eddington. Let's set up our config to use our kind cluster. Let's see. So use context kind. Okay, cool. Want to transition to platform. What is platform? If you're talking about platform engineering, I'd be interested in what your thoughts are on that topic. I have some breaking news. I'm in a April 11th meeting for the open letter to the NVD. So I signed up to help. And so yeah, April 2nd, 2 p.m. I might actually ask Dan if I can stream that. I might stream that meeting if I can. That might not be, I probably won't. And the only reason I won't do that is just so other people feel comfortable joining. I'd like to make people aware of that issue, but I don't want to make people uncomfortable. It's an open meeting, so anybody could join. You could join. Yeah. Basically, Vinzi G, the Eddington is supposed to be like an internal developer platform, effectively. A very opinionated one, although it handles infrastructure as well. But yeah, I get it. Type validator instead of validate. Fantastic. That's classic. Let's start with a new kind cluster. Actually, I don't think we need to. Let's just run tilt up here and see what that does for us. Let's see what that does for us. Now, we have Monta. Do you mind if I review your PR live? You can say no. I will respect that. But I know that you have a PR. You wrote some Go for this with something you thought of. And I don't know whether I'll like it or not. But I know that it's there. Sorry to call you out because I just called you out. I realized nobody knew that was you. All right. If that's the case, I'm going to go review it. No, I just want to make sure you were okay with it. I didn't want to put somebody's review. If somebody wants me to review their code, I will. I don't want to do it without, you know. All right, let's, okay, passkey's not verified. Yeah. Confirm. All right, let's see. We have a pull request. Okay, so this is an interesting topic. Now, I did this for a very specific reason, and it was confusing to Monta when he looked through the things. Basically, on Eddington, what we did was we built something. I don't have a good reference diagram for this. Let's open up our other vault where we actually have the other stuff. My Honest Kubernetes commercial is out. So if you guys haven't seen it, it's here. Go watch it. Leave a like on it. we're gonna watch it on the break, so you guys can tell me your thoughts on it. All right, so let's go to the null cloud. This doesn't. All right, well, this doesn't do it justice, so we'll draw it here just a little bit. What we wanted to do, or what we were trying to do, is I've stated this for a while, is that you can build a monolith. That you take specific steps. That you take specific steps to make easy to break into microservices later. So if you're building something that you really think, like you're a startup and you really think that eventually you're going to have 100 engineers working on this, and because you have 100 engineers, you need to break it apart. I think that you can actually design a monolith in such a way that it's easy to break apart pieces if and when that becomes a thing. And so that's actually one of the things I was playing around with, learning in Eddington and trying. And this is actually, I'm not saying that this is the best way to do it in Go. It's the way that I did it. And so basically I said, hey, I have a user service. This service is only around dealing with users. It's nothing to do with Eddington. It has nothing to do with applications and whatnot. It's really its own thing. And then I said, hey, I have everything about the applications. And these are basically 2 microservices, but I didn't want to deal with microservices. If you look at our deployment, if you look at our tilt, we have one thing. We have the API service. That's it. We don't have multiple user backends. So this is the API service. Okay, so this is our monolithic API service, and it has both the user service and the applications service, but they're not services. They're literally running in the same thing. They're the same monolithic API service at this point. But I wrote them so that they could be their own thing. That means 2 things. One, the user service gets its own database, and the application service gets its own database. You'll notice that if we go into the code, let's actually open up the code. I know that I'm not even getting to the actual update to the code, but I am explaining why it's the way that it is right now. Yeah. So we have our app and right here that has our controllers. And you can see that this is the application controller. And actually, I want to go into that. So in here, you can see we have this application controller that has its own database. This is its own database. When you create one, it should be its own database, not intermingling the user service database, because this is where people have a really hard time. They become really hard to separate when you make these the same database. If these are the same data store, it doesn't matter what you do in code, separating these becomes really, really hard. If these point to their own database, there'll be work in the code to separate these out, obviously, because right now, and this is what Monta saw, which is weird, but is a reason, I think, is that you pass the user controller, this user controller, to the application controller. So it has a reference to the user controller. We can go to this, that has its own database. And so that feels really weird. And I agree with Monta, it feels really weird if you don't know the idea behind it. Now, I'm interested in seeing what Monta did to rectify this problem without knowing the backstory on it. So I'm interested to dig into this code, especially because I think he writes better Go than I do. How are you doing, Mohammed? I'm doing well. Okay, so So this is the goal. I wanted to give you guys the backstory. That's the worst looking data. You just have to copy and paste so they're all the same size. Okay. That's a really tall database. We're going for tall databases. We're going for tall databases. All right. All right. So this is the backstory. That's what we did and why we did it. And basically, we did some logical separation of the databases. It's still a monolith. It's still deployed the same. It's one thing, just with a few logical separations. Now, let's jump into this pull request. Let's jump into this pull request. And I'm going through this. I explained all of that to say Monta probably did a really good job, whether I accept it or not. We're doing something a little funky. And if you didn't know this, it would be very hard for you to come in and understand why we did something a little funky. Do I have a portfolio website? No. It's easy enough for people to track me online. You can find stuff that I've done. This is me not saying you can have a portfolio website and they're cool. And I could probably have one. I could work on my portfolio website instead of streaming. All right. So he pulled stuff into an iUser service. I actually like this. This is better than what I did because this is just abstracting it into an interface and giving this an interface. So if that's this part, I want to keep. This was just better than what I did. 100%. So kudos to you on this one, Monta. That's a good one. Good change. New application service takes a interface. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. That looks good. This is looking golden. I gave all of this background, and you possibly just kicked my butt with it. Being like, yeah, I don't need that background to do something better. This is fantastic. Actually, I usually put no. The standard procedure is to put context at the beginning, right? Context goes at the beginning. Golang, what position does context go in? I think it's the beginning. The first parameter. Okay. I found my first nitpick. This is fine. I'm not going to nitpick it. I'll change it. Yeah. Context goes first. Yes, Muhammad, I have this YouTube channel. This isn't educational. This video is not educational, but that channel has a lot of educational content in it. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, this is something that's needed to be done. This is fantastic. Now, I would say the only caveat. Okay. This isn't as useful as I was going to say it is. This is fine. The only caveat that I come to here, which this is me nitpicking again, is this doesn't give me a whole lot. Like you gave me this interface that just encapsulates the thing, but it doesn't hide, like it doesn't do anything. Like I'm just going to get the BunDB, so I might as well have the BunDB. Now, what we can do from this is instead of having just this BunDB that we access, we can make two implementations of this. We can have a Go or a user database interface and a English and an application database that basically hides the implementation of bun from the thing that's using it. So we could do something really generic for those two things. That means that if we wanted to switch from, bun to something else, it would be handled in that interface. That would be fine. Now, I haven't gone into those types of things yet because it feels a little over engineering. I'm not sure that this buys us a whole lot, but it's maybe fine. It's probably fine. It's probably best practice, especially if you're watching. If you're talking about best practice, this is probably a good thing. Although in its current state, it doesn't actually buy us a whole lot. It's fine though. It doesn't hurt us too much. It just gives us a little bit of indirection for just using the same bun DB. So that's fine. Just clean up imports. Done. Let's see. Oh, interesting. You split out orgs, users, orgs, and resource groups. Okay, I'll have to look into this. I had those all part of the user controller. And user is a bad name at this point for it. It's more like organizational controller. But we'll swing back to that. User service. Okay. This is fine. You got boom. I see what you're doing. I see where you're going with this. And you give this is good. This is solid. This is how it should have been. Yep. New application controller. Shouldn't that take a database? Oh, we create a database in here. Okay. That's kind of bad. We should not do that. This should be fixed. Okay, we'll fix that. No problem. Okay, so you're fine here because yeah. This is good. This is good. All around good. This is my bad. We'll I just saw that and I was like, where's the database? But we're not injecting the database because past Merrick was a dum-dum. You know what? I have these headphones on. They're keeping my ears warm. But they could be injecting music straight into my ears. They could be. Sometimes I forget stuff. I don't know why I stopped the music early in the stream. We did. All right, so I actually like this, Monta. I think that this is fairly good. I was worried that you had broken this. But you didn't. And yeah. Probably because I didn't inject a database here. But this is fine. This is good. Okay. No. I like this change. We should flip these, but I'll do it. When did I start? I started to learn to program in 2014. 2014. That's not the start of my professional career. I did stuff in chemistry before that. You want to know the start of my professional career? You know what? Yeah, actually, DeWalt saw blades, circular saw blades. You know something interesting? All right, so when you graduate college in the middle of a recession, the only people that get hired are people that have experience, and college doesn't give you any experience. Not that matters in the middle of a recession. So when you graduate in the spring of 2009, it's very difficult to get a job. So, did you know that every blade that comes off of the factory line has to be washed? It has to be washed. And there's a person that actually runs the machines to wash them, loads them like dishes. That's what I did. That was the start of my professional career. It only got worse from there because I then went on to do GE with their toxicology. So I did toxicology at GE. That's only worse. It paid better, but was worse. Paid well, but that's how I know making more money isn't always worth it. There's a certain simplicity in washing saw blades. I'm confused by this change. Dude, if you're 17, you've got all the time in the world. I was, what, 25 when I started? 24? 24? 22? Yeah, 22. So I started way later than you. So you've got all the time in the world. This looks risky. This looks risky. Why did it change from a single org to an array? I'm guessing this got changed to being an array. Okay. Okay. That's probably fine. And then we can handle it here safely. I need to check the get org owner by ID. Why do they wash them? They come out all greasy. So basically, not to get too much into saw blades. Okay, but every tip on this blade, let me get a big picture. Can I get a big picture? No, I just want to, can I open this up as a images? So every little tooth on here gets ground. And when you grind them, you actually spray this coolant on them, so you don't want to burn them. So as you grind them, there's coolant being sprayed on them, and that coolant is actually kind of this slimy, nasty stuff. Now, a lot of the coolant is actually recycled and reused, so that coolant, you know, but a little bit of it stays on it, and it's slimy. It's slimy. You don't want to package slimy thing, and it doesn't dry. Well, it's not water. That's the whole thing. Is it's coolant, and it's slime. It's gross. And so there's an acid bath that you put them in. To clean them. It's like 200 degrees too. It's fantastic. I mean, yeah, it's a diluted acid. It is not a strong acid. But yeah. It's made not to rust them. Let's just put it that way. That's well thought out. Well, maybe not well. It's thought out. It's thought out. Okay, so the only critique that I have of this pull request so far is this context. It needs to be switched. And this is just, Monta has never written Go before, and he wanted to learn, and he said, hey, can I help and learn Go? And I said yes. And so if this is the only thing in his pull request and he made my code much better, this dude's on fire. This dude's on fire. It's standard practice, Monta. And you know, I'll put this in my review, but I'm gonna merge the pull request and then I'll fix it. Context is the first argument. Actually, I'm one of the leading people that says that context should be part of the language and should just be part of a function. And when a function calls another function, that context automatically gets passed. Go has fearless concurrency as long as you pass a context. If you don't pass a context, you've just shot yourself in the foot 20 times. All right, let's see. Controllers, user, go. Okay. Wait. I don't get how this is working. Oh, this is just the user controller struct. There is no, okay, I see. I see what the user service, there is to the interface, is to the logger. Got it. So all of this just got sucked up here. We got rid of the new. We're creating this somewhere else. This is, yeah, okay. This is just the interface now. Here's the new creation. I need to get my hands on this code. We're returning a pointer to the user controller. Okay. And we're passing in. This feels, okay, so maybe one other thing. This feels a little bit more Java-y than a lot of Go people write. Not necessarily bad. Just a statement. Okay, and this is also a bias of mine. I don't do interfaces until I have more than one concrete type, is generally my rule of thumb. I feel, that's why it feels Java-y. I'm going to explain myself and why I am saying the things that I'm saying. It's not necessarily bad, and the use of interfaces and dependency injection techniques are fantastic. I don't usually start going down that path until I have multiple of the same thing, because I find that I just add indirection that makes it harder for people to get into without any real benefits. It doesn't have a cost. I'm not sitting here saying it has a cost or is directly bad. It just makes the code a little bit harder to follow sometimes. We deleted the upsert? What? Where did the upsert go? Okay. Did we just... I need to look at this a little bit. Actually, let's go pull up that code. Russell. You are a legend, Russell. That's a fan. Who knew that your time avoiding Rust at the start of your career would result in being drawn to it 10 years later? Touche. Well said. Well said, Russell. Well said. Okay, so Mohammed, the other thing that I would have to say, if you're actually 17, I have no idea how old you actually are. Let's talk about don't rush through learning. And I know I've had this conversation with you before. Learn the fundamentals, and it takes time, and it takes doing them. And you know what? There's fundamentals that I still don't have that I wish that I did. One of the reasons I do this and make myself go through things like running Arch, because my fundamentals of Linux are weak, and I hate that. I hate that aspect that my fundamentals on some of these topics are weak. And so don't rush through that trying to do something bigger and better. If your fundamentals are fantastic, it doesn't matter if you know the Mern stack or the Fang stack or the whatever stack that you're wanting to learn. It doesn't matter. I have literally never hired an engineer based off of what stack they know or claim to know or want to know. It's not a thing. So focus on learning software engineering and doing it, and everything else is, stacks. And one thing that Togglebit was talking about was these things called oh boy, I'm gonna take a drink of coffee, pretend that it was just a coffee break and not a brain fart. Togglebit was talking earlier on his stream about you know what? Forget I was saying anything. Like I was saying, we're looking at this code. We wanted to see upsert user. Okay, yeah. Upsert user. So this is the thing we got rid of. Upsert. Oh, user DB. Oh, I see what they're doing here. Did we move this functionality somewhere else? Right, into the user service. Into the user service. That's where it went. Okay, I see. I like it. This is good. Okay, and we haven't actually gotten to these things. Okay, let's see. Togglebit was talking about hot chocolate when you joined his stream. Okay, well, I actually like a salted caramel hot chocolate. Like, if anybody's asking, that is the superior hot chocolate out there. It's definitely the good stuff. And I'm not even a caramel fan. Did the camera freeze? The camera did freeze. The camera froze? 1 second, let me go restart it. The actual physical camera is working fine. Is this an OBS thing? Oh, it could be the capture card. Let me restart the capture card. Give it a second. There we go. Capture card. What was that thumbs up icon? I have no idea. I have no idea what the thumbs up. There's nothing on my thing to do a thumbs up. Like, that was from the capture card? Very weird. Very, very weird. I am streaming through a Mac OS machine, yes. That way we can lose internet on this machine. We can mess with our networking policies. We can reboot the machine. We can do whatever we want, and it doesn't mess with stream. I like that. The thumbs up came from Mac? Wait, if I do a thumbs up, does it do it? I will be so angry if they do that to my, like, any video stream coming in. I will be so angry. Like, oh my goodness. They just do it to a video stream? And it causes it to freeze. It causes it to crash. Mac is the dumbest platform ever. What garbage is this? What garbage? I hate Mac. Okay, and do you want to know something? Fun story. I got to keep my hands out of the camera now, because just in case I do something that looks like a thumbs up, my goodness. You want to know, they asked for my password to update, and I didn't give the password because I didn't want to update. And then right before stream, it was like, nah, you're going to update whether you give us your password or not. I was so angry about that. And now I'm even more angry. Like, this is just a video stream from a camera. And the thing is, like, it's just they're adding it to the straight stream. What garbage? Disable stupid Mac OS thumbs up garbage. What? Okay, maybe I should stop put. I'm not in FaceTime though. Like, I'm not in an app. They're literally injecting this into the stream that's coming in the OS. Yes, Monta. Yes, they forced me to execute it without root password. I didn't give it. I didn't type it. I don't, like, it's a different keyboard. I didn't type my password. I hit cancel, and then it updated. It said, no, sorry, we're going to update. I was angry then. I'm even more livid now. Like, I am straight up going to tweet this. And now they have a crash my stream feature. but like, if this was like a FaceTime thing, I'd be like, fine, I don't care. Do whatever you want to your thing. But they're literally doing this on the OS. Why would I want on my OS a video stream into my OS? Why would I want you to be adding garbage to that? Who wants that? Okay, I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee because I'm actually kind of upset. And I'm out of coffee. Guess what's going to be first on the news? Guess what we're talking about on the news tomorrow? Breaking news. Breaking news. Okay, so I'm going to go make some coffee. If you guys don't mind watching this, I want to preface this. I'm trying something new. I'm trying to do a little bit of playing the YouTube game to spread awareness. And, a lot of people tell me that what I do is really valuable, but there's not a lot of people that see it. So one of the things that I'm trying to do this year is do some things that help people see what I do and share that. So one of that is make some funnier and fun, entertaining things. This is my first attempt at it. There are so many things I know that I could have done better and differently, and I will do better and differently in the future ones. Feel free to leave me a comment with those things. I would love to hear it from you guys. But I'm going to play this for you guys while I'm on break. It's only 5 minutes. It's only 4 minutes. It's only 4 minutes, 1 second. It's not long. It's not long. But have fun. Enjoy it. I'm going to go get some coffee. Go watch it on YouTube if you don't mind as well. But have yourself. I left in there some Easter eggs. There's some Easter eggs. I don't know if any of you will catch them. There's a couple Easter eggs in there. Have fun. I'll be right back.
Are you overwhelmed by operational complexity? Too many late-night debugging sessions? Are your interns adept at deleting production databases? Are you neck-deep in the complexity of the application you created? Does your app fail to meet your scaling needs? Are your development cycles weeks, months, maybe even years? Well, today, you can let your development, deployment, management, and operational woes be issues of the past. Introducing Kubernetes, where complexity and technical debt go to scale. It's your all-in-one solution for every conceivable business and technological challenge. From the inception of its grandfather Borg to its mother Omega came the true legacy we've been waiting for. Our savior from data center and cloud complexity. With one simple and quick install, Kubernetes automatically delivers the scale of Google, the operational simplicity of running Python on a Raspberry Pi, the stability of a concrete encased rock bound to the heart of a mountain, all while bringing the agility of a Liger and the speed of a Blackbird to your software development teams. Finger fatigue from crafting endless lines of deployment scripts is scientifically proven to be a leading cause of developer burnout. What if instead you could simply declare your application's desired state and let an engine powered by pure magic decipher the steps necessary to rectify your application needs? Thanks to Kubernetes, you can inherit hundreds of thousands of lines of YAML, layering thousands of your own equally perplexing YAML on top, and embark on a hopeful quest that the underlying engines magically and mysteriously resolve every potential failure perfectly, liberating you to do the things you really care about, like write more YAML. Because you're not a Node and NPM developer, you lack options. You don't want to be shackled to a single well-known thing that just works. You want a plethora of options, each with their own and unique way of failing you. Before Kubernetes, you lack the availability to quickly find and leverage different tools and options. This is why the CNCF has taken a very strict accept everything, reject nothing approach to curating only the highest quality solutions for your Kubernetes clusters. Whenever you search for a tool to solve a problem, you just open the CNCF Hellscape page and mark the next 24 days of your calendar as busy in CNCF landscape hell. This not only simplifies the art of picking a solution for your engineers, it also gives choice back to the engineers, giving your engineers over 10 different tools to evaluate for each different problem you have. No longer will you have to waste time bemoaning the lack of options. You can get straight to wasting time evaluating the plethora of options that do almost the exact same thing, but only one of them does exactly what you want and need. To top it all off, your coworkers and employers will praise you for all 24 days you didn't do any productive work as you test and search for the solution. Because they all know you doing nothing at all is enabling them to move at the speed of Kubernetes, whatever that means. Just remember, scaling your application shouldn't be rocket science, but with Kubernetes, it can be. If this maybe overly honest voyage through the world of Kubernetes brought a smile to your face, consider joining me, hit that like button and subscribe, and share this video far and wide. Curious about other technologies to have a bit of fun with? Drop a comment in the suggestions for my next honest commercial. For those of you diving into Kubernetes deep end, feeling slightly adrift in the complexities, We usually unravel the mysteries of Kubernetes and more live on Twitch and YouTube. Join our sessions, ask questions, and learn with the community. These topics are complicated and difficult, and here at the Null Labs, we like to say, learn something new. And if for some unfathomable reason you didn't enjoy this video, go ahead, like, subscribe, and subject yourself to more. It's a vast tech universe out there, and we will explore it
Oh, the autoplay. The autoplay. Did you miss the video cipher? Well, this is the new video that we're watching. We're watching Merrickception. All right, let's get rid of this. Okay, this was the original video. I'll post it. You're more than welcome to go watch it. Give me your feedback. Like I said, there's a lot of things that I would change. I almost didn't post it because, like, in my mind, there's so many things that could be better about it. That I really needed to re-record it. But what I did was I actually deleted like 6 minutes of content on Kubernetes. So there's going to be a honest Kubernetes ad that's really focused. I have 2 other honest ones about simplicity, and I won't spoil them. I have 2 other honest Kubernetes ads, but then what I want to do is I want to do them on other topics as well. And I want to make them a little bit more informative too as we cover different topics. I want to make an honest ad about them and then be like, hey, look, we can learn about them together. Yeah. So anyways, like I said, it's the lighting was bad. The green screen was bad. There were so many things that were wrong with it, like, and it wasn't even my first attempt. That had so many iterations because I knew what I wanted to do. I didn't know how I wanted to do it. So I don't know if anybody has seen the what is it called? True Facts. And this guy Z Frank does True Facts about animals. And I actually originally started out as True Facts about Kubernetes. That's how it originally started as an idea. And I just wanted to go through kind of weird and strange true facts, kind of in a deadpan way. And the thing was, like, it was really hard to come up with the funny true facts like he does about animals and stuff. So then it just became this deadpan facts about Kubernetes that you would like put yourself to sleep with, which I thought was also okay. And then I was like, that's not really what I had intended. Like, I wanted it to be this uplifting thing where people kind of want to know more at the end of it. I didn't pull it off perfectly. By far. I get it. There's a lot of mistakes. But it's the first time I've ever made a video like that. So anyways, that was it. Hopefully it wasn't as terrible as I think it was. Yeah. Anyways, there you go. All right. So we've got to figure out how to disable macOS from injecting. Also, if you guys have not seen True Facts by this guy, you guys should go and watch some True Facts. Okay? There you go. Z Frank. Not my father, but my father's name is Frank. Hilarious. Don't watch with your children. Hilarious. Children will be asking some questions. Okay, Future Highway has come up with a solution. Do a thumbs down. All right, here we go. Here's a thumbs down. Are you guys ready to break it? Thumbs down. Does it need to see my whole arm? Is it not down enough? Is that better? Maybe it needs to go from out. There we go. Down. Break it. It's actually, not only does it break, it's also just a terrible feature. You know, it's just a terrible feature that automatically this would cause something to happen on my video. It just doesn't work very well either. Like, when are you going to do it? Now? Now? 2 thumbs up? Do I need to do 2? Is that what I don't... It's just a bad feature. It's not even implemented well. It doesn't recognize this is a thumbs up. There we go. There we go. Why that time it worked, I don't know. And I say worked, I put it in air quotes, but you couldn't see the air quotes because it broke everything. All right, to turn off this on or off, select reactions in the video menu. In the video menu, I have to have a video call. I don't have this. I don't have a video call. That's not on my thing. I'm not in a call. This is just video going. Like, I'm not in FaceTime. I have to open FaceTime. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's still not showing up. I have FaceTime up. This piece of... Do I actually have to make a call? Do I literally have to make a call? Which appears in the menu when a video call is in progress. To change the setting, I have to be in a call. Could they be more dented? Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have the settings open. There is no settings for this. Thumbs down. Come on. Apple is only supporting positivity here. They only want positive feelings. They don't want any of this negativity. Come on, give me a thumbs down. Give me a thumbs down. Well, give me a clap. Come on. A completely dented service. They released this half-baked. They forced it upon me. They give me no way to turn it off. I have to become friends with somebody on FaceTime to have a call with them to turn off a... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm not doing this. This did not work. The thumbs down did not work. Balloons. Can we get some balloons? Balloons? Do I have... I can't get my fingers wider. Okay, well, whatever. Oh, okay, yeah. How about double thumbs down? Can I get some rain at least? Whatever. I'm very angry. Very angry. Test call option. Let me see if there's a test call option. I've never had FaceTime open before. No, it's I can create a link. That doesn't put me in a call, I guess, until somebody joins it. Oh, wait. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have an app that's using video, and I don't get this green icon at the top. You know, I obviously there's an application using video, right? I will have to investigate this later. I'm not going to sit here looking up at this faraway monitor. I will have to look at it. This is just utter garbage. Oh, wait. I do have this icon. Oh, yeah. Oh, it says reactions unavailable. I can't unclick it because it says it's unavailable. Oh my gosh. I have this. And down here, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. Sorry. It's not gray. I don't have that icon at all. I would have clicked it. I don't have the icon at all, but I will try to do a Google Meet with my wife later today. I'm going to try to not think about it, and I'm going to try not to thumbs up. It won't let me do anything else. Like, it's just not working. It shouldn't be on by default for everything. Like, again, if you want FaceTime, do FaceTime. That's fine. I don't care what you do in FaceTime, but don't make your system level thing just inject this stuff. That's just garbage. I just... Okay, I'm sorry. I've been ranting on this. I just have to check that I don't accidentally thumbs up. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Google Meet. I don't even need the other person. You're right. I can do a Google Meet. I'll fix it after stream. I will get, and my fix is okay. So I need everybody to actually subscribe so I can buy a streaming PC that just runs Linux back there. Okay, or even Windows. Windows hasn't done this crap yet. This is a new low for OS manufacturers. A new low. Maybe Microsoft. Like, this would not surprise me to be something Microsoft does. Like, okay. Monta, are you still on? Before we get into the class, I wanted to finish this review. I thought it was... Wait, Cypher. What are we fixing? You want my video stream to freeze if I thumbs up? That's not a feature that makes my stream stand up. Every once in a while, his stream freezes because he accidentally thumbs up on it. Like, I don't know that that's a feature. But what I can do is I can thumbs down. I can thumbs down all day long and it doesn't do anything. So thumbs down to you Apple. There you go. I feel better. I do feel better. I know that they say ranting doesn't make you feel better, but I actually feel better. I feel better. 10 subs, 1 thumbs up, stream crash. Is that a reward people would go for? If that gets me 10 thumbs, I will happily give a thumbs up. Easy. All right. Monta, what I was going to say is I like a lot of it. There was a lot of good things that I think that you did here. A lot of good things. You didn't break this, which is what I was worried that you were going to do. You were going to break this separation of state. And you didn't break the separation of state. So I actually think that this is a fairly decent. There are some things that I wouldn't do. So this is a little bit more Java-y to me than what I normally write. And to that, like, you made interfaces for things that only had a single concrete implementation. I don't generally go down that path because I feel like that's pre-optimization of something. It's not necessarily bad, and it's not necessarily, it's fine in this. And some of it I think was actually warranted, how you organized some of the stuff around like the database. So some of that was good, and I liked it. One that was a little weird, which I thought was maybe a little overdone, was the database one. This really doesn't hide any. You make an interface for a database, but it just exposes the database through a function. If I was going to go down this path, and I like this path, I would make 2 iDatabase implementations. Basically, not iDatabase, but I would make 2 database interfaces, one for a user database and one for a application. Those are like the 2 services. And then basically that allows us to change out the inner workings without changing anything in the controllers. So if we want to switch from Bun to something else to manage our database, we can. That would be maybe the way I take this, and instead of doing this. Again, just this is, and then the one last thing that I wanted to mention, and this is just a standard Go convention. So I know that you're super new to Go, so I'm being overly explainy and nitty, because it's just a Go best practice. Where's context? Let's find context. All right, so context is the first thing passed, and you switched them around to being not the first thing, which is fine. I'll fix it. It doesn't need it doesn't have to be perfect. I'll fix it. But yeah, usually context when you pass it into a function is the first thing. That's the Go. That's the Go way of doing it. Just like error is the last thing that you pass out. The last thing should always be error. The first thing that you pass in should always be context. So if you're wanting to learn Go, that those are just little things. I'm happy to do PR reviews, Cypher. I actually think that good constructive PRs are hard to do and fairly well not done. What I hate to see is this. Context should be first argument. Okay? I think that this is a terrible review because why should it be the first argument? Like usually the order of arguments doesn't really matter, but because this is a Go. So a better one would be in Golang, it's common practice to, because the idea of a review isn't to nitpick on somebody's code. It's to make it's 2 things. It helps me learn about the code. If I accept this in, the code has changed underneath me, and it's code I didn't write. So it's helping me learn about how the code is changing. it helps me learn from somebody else, because guess what? Monta's going to do something strange and interesting, and it might be good, and it might be something I wouldn't have thought about, and I can learn from that. So there's a lot of learning I can do. And then the next step is, after I've gleaned and learned the things that I can from it, my goal is to help the other person learn. So in this case, in Golang, it's common best practice to put context as the first. And like it's so common, like it struck me as odd when I saw this. Like I was like, wait a second, that's just wrong. There is actually a subgroup of Golang people, myself included, that think context should actually be part of a function. Like it's natively passed down to sub functions, because really, once you learn Go concurrency, it's fearless concurrency as long as you passed a context. If you didn't pass a context, you better be scared about your concurrency. That's kind of the model. So honestly, there's a group of people that think you should pass context into every function if it's a multi-threaded thing. I don't follow that strictly because there's a lot of contexts that aren't used. But basically, if you don't follow that, when you add a context down in the stack, you have to add it all the way back up the stack. So anyways, that's another time. But anyways, I try to make reviews as learning experience. They're not here to knit. I hate it when somebody is like, knit, put semicolon. Like if it's an actual knit, don't post it. Unless if it's like a good learning experience. So. So, I'm actually happy to do a code review on Saturday. If there's an interesting code review, if somebody's willing to give me a code review, I'm not going to go and find somebody's code review and do it live on stream. That's not a willing participant, but I'll do an interesting one each week because I think it's a really good learning experience. I think reading other people's code is not only an underdeveloped skill, because other people will write code slightly different than you would, and that's not a bad thing. And you got to learn to read it. Yeah. Functions are curried. Currying is a big deal. Currying is a big deal. Currying is pretty cool. If you don't know what currying is, currying. We're just gonna mumble a little bit. That's why we're gonna just curry a little bit. Currying. No, curry. Nope, that's the wrong. The dude. There's a dude named Curry. Software not curling. That's curring. Ah, there we go. This. My goodness. Skill issues. Jaitan's latest commit needs. Okay, did you know? I didn't realize. Did you know that they were posting binary code? I found this. I didn't know people actually did this. as an open source project, I hope this is our big takeaway. Never accept, especially if you don't personally know the person for a long time. And even then, there's no reason to have binary code in your open source project. If I had a personal friend that wanted to commit binary code to any one of my projects, I would be like, great, how about you write it in a language we can all read? I didn't realize that was one of the ways they passed detections. It's interesting, but I hope it's one of the takeaways we take from it. Design, functionality, complexity, could be code. Yeah. Okay, so this actually goes into why I was saying I don't make interfaces before there's more than one thing. It adds a layer of complexity. And I know that that complexity can actually simplify a complex thing. So a lot of times in computer science, what happens is we use complicated things to make complicated issues simpler. The problem we sometimes run into is because we work on complicated things, we sometimes overcomplicate simple things because we use the complicated solutions to solve the simple things. And that's what comes into over-interfacing sometimes, is we've added complexity when the simple solution worked just fine. And I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the general gist that I was getting at when I was talking about we made interfaces that that only have one concrete implementation. So what happens here is you have this class or struct, and we have a interface for it. Interface, or, I'm just going to type it interface because if you're not a Rust whatever. You have an implementation interface, whatever. If you have more than one struct that this could be, this can actually be very simplifying, and it can simplify the use cases. It can simplify a bunch of stuff around it, and this can be a huge simplifying thing. But if you only have one concrete type that uses it, all this adds is an indirection. You don't you see that this interface is getting passed around, and what happens is you don't know what implements it. It really only is this. Now, if you just pass this struct around, you would know what it was because there's no indirection, and it makes the code simpler. Now, again, obviously, the code can be simpler with the interface if you have three things that implement it. It can not only make it simpler, it can make it easier to switch between the implementations of the things you do have. So interfaces and doing this type of thing is not bad. The reason I usually say to wait is because it just adds complexity. So anyways, I agree with the Google thing here. That's a good test. Does the code have and collect well-designed automated test? Good thing. Naming, does the developer choose clear names? Yep. Comments, are the comments clear and useful? Style, does the code follow a style guide? Sure. Documentation, yep. Yeah, these are good. I would say that on top of this, any comment the person makes should be for the edification of the reviewee. Or the reviewer. Sometimes I leave legitimate comments like, I don't understand this. Could you please help me understand better what is happening? Now, I struggle with the wording of this. I just wrote this quickly, but generally I tried to make it, this is more of a me thing. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying I don't really understand what's going on here, and I'm looking for some. This is also fine. I think people should do this more instead of having to know everything. or why we did something, maybe they had a really good reason. This doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes I actually ask questions. I ask questions about stuff that's happening that I'm just not quite sure what's going on, but it looks like they had an idea, a plan, a reason for doing it. But yeah, anyways, I try to make any of my reviews edifying for the person getting the review. It's a learning experience for all of us. Okay. I generally feel like this interface is adding more complexity. I'm without solving any complexity. I'm okay leaving it, but in general, I don't add interfaces till later. I really, really like if I see an interface, I know there's more than one concrete type. I really like that. I know that that's not everybody. I know like in Java, Big Java does this all the time. So like, this is why I'm saying it's not necessarily bad. Design pattern is the word that Togglebit was talking about earlier. I think design patterns are good and bad. Mohammed was on, and I was going to tell him I would also learn some design patterns. And the reason I would learn some design patterns is because usually there's a really solid fundamental issue that design pattern solves. What you have to realize is that design patterns are good at a thing and are not a one shoe fits all, because I think that's where design patterns go bad, is where a lot of times people are like, well, I just do the actor pattern for everything. The actor pattern is cool and you should learn the actor pattern. But it doesn't mean that every problem is an actor pattern problem. It just means that you have a thing in your toolkit that you can reach into and say, oh, I've seen this problem before and I found a clean way to solve this problem. Grab into my toolkit, use the actor pattern. Oh, I've seen this before. And so they're good. Just, I think where people get the icky feeling with design patterns is when they're just, I have a hammer, everything's a nail. And that happens. It happens to the best of us. Well, Dirk, not all of us can write Haskell. So until all of us are on Haskell, we'll need those Band-Aids. I don't fully agree. I mean, I don't know. If you're saying that there's a perfect language out there, but if there's a perfect language, I don't know that I actually agree with that. I think that design patterns are just a Band-Aid. I don't agree. I don't think I do. I use design patterns in Rust. Like, we use the actor pattern in Rust. It has some types, right? What is the thing that we could fix in Rust to not use the actor pattern? Not the visitor pattern, the actor. The threading. Dirk, I honestly think that you inherit other design patterns, like currying. You've said that you're using currying, right? Isn't that a design pattern? I think that you're probably using more than you think that you are. What is it? I realize it's an actual thing, but it's also a way you design your code so that it can curry. You can write your code so it can't curry, right? I can write code that won't curry. But I can also write code and make it my design pattern that I want my things to curry, right? Okay, anyways, I need to get onto the Rust class. This is an interesting topic. I don't know that I agree with you guys. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll be accepting of that, but I feel like that's not true. But maybe it is. Maybe it is. Does this code pass Go format? I need to enable that. I need to enable that because I feel like this should have a space. But if it passes Go format, I'm not going to knit that. All right, this looks good. Actually, Monte, you said you would change it. I'm just going to request. I was going to pull it in and just change it myself. But if you don't mind updating that context thing, I'll accept the rest of it. Oops, wrong button. I mean, I think currying is a design. Like, I think it's 100% a design pattern. I will argue this, but I don't want to argue it right now. I think it's a fun conversation, an absolutely mad fun conversation. I think that stating that good language design takes away design patterns is wrong because you make patterns and best practices on how to write your code that I think you 100% hold to. And that is a design pattern. When you say, hey, we want to pass context in as the first thing because of X, Y, and Z, or we want to have the order right because of X, Y, and Z, that's a design pattern. That's a pattern for designing your code. Now, maybe I define design pattern as a little differently than other people do. And if that's the case, I'm wrong. And I'm happy to be wrong and to learn better what the word design pattern means to the majority of the people. I just disagreed with the statement that a good language removes design patterns. I don't agree with that. But again, maybe I'm wrong. I'm happy to be wrong because being wrong means you can grow. If you're stuck in a place where you can't be wrong and you can't come to a conversation thinking, I might be wrong on this, then you can't continue to grow. I'm not saying that I feel like I'm wrong. Like I said, I'll argue that I'm right. I feel like I am right, but I do come to the table with the concept that I could be the one that's off on this, and that's okay. That's okay. That's absolutely fine. Did I say look good to me? I said looks good. I mean, this was encouragement. Also, I didn't type as much because I literally talked through it on stream, okay? And Monta was here. So I could have typed more, but like this was probably not as much as it deserved, but we went through it on stream. I did say it looks good because he did a good change. He did a good change. Yeah. We're getting to Rust. Let's get to the code. Yeah. But Anyways, I think it's important for us to be able to come to these conversations, have a strong opinion, and come to the table that maybe we're wrong. It's fine. All right, we are here learning Rust. Let's copy our day over. We want a new day. We want a new day. This is a new day. Awesome, Cat Muffin. Sorry we didn't get to it in time. And Dirk, one thing that's honestly, a lot of the times there's a difference in definition when we say design patterns. What do we mean? And that can happen with a ton of things. Actually, that's one of the things I fight with making YouTube videos all the time, is because I feel like half the time I'm just defining what I mean. This is why I hate the words like distroless containers, is because a distroless container means one thing, but it's not actually what they are. So I feel like they're confusing. Yeah. Anyways, I think it's a good thing to, also be cognizant of when you're having a conversation or argument. Yeah. All right. Let's get into Rust. All right. Serverless. Oh my goodness. Russell, are you trying to delay the Rust class? That's what I think you're trying to do. I think that's what you're trying to do. I see it. But we're not letting it happen. No, we're not hating on serverless. I actually like the idea of serverless. I think that's the whole point of Eddington, is to be actually serverless, because I find 90% of things out there are actually servers, and it annoys me and bugs me. And they're like, hey, there's serverless Redis. Would you like 3 or 4 servers? And you're like, no, I don't want servers. I don't want servers. Well, we're going to charge you per EC2 instance that it uses. What? Get out of here. Get out of here. And then with like Lambda, they're like, hey, you can write your code in this hard to support way and hard to put in Git way and hard to reason about way and hard to run locally way, but it will run on Lambda's serverless. I don't like those either. I like the concept. I don't like the execution. All right. Rust 101. Day 4. Welcome. How's everyone doing? Right after Rust, we're going to go to Kubernetes. I am going to avoid rants. You can try baiting me in chat, but that won't work. I have an iron stomach for this. Holy crap. Togglebit. Welcome with your 80 viewers. Welcome. How are you guys doing? I just told you I wouldn't get distracted. And here goes Togglebit distracting me. Ugh. Literally Togglebit. I just got done on a speech of how I think I used iron stomach, which was not the right term, but I wasn't going to get distracted. And we were going to start our Rust 101 class, day 4, right now. And then you distract me. Day 4, serverless. Russell, stop lying to them. Stop lying. Stop lying. See, okay, so what you have to do is you have to get married before you learn Rust. That's the whole thing. You got to get married before you learn Rust, because that is that you got to get them hooked first, and then you start Rust. Okay, because if you do it the other way, you just unfortunately it doesn't end very well. Serverless. Oh no. Russell, stop lying. We're not doing serverless functions in Rust. We're actually very basic. We are still covering very basics of Rust right now. So basically on Saturdays, I do 2 little mini classes where we do live stuff. I have always hated, for those of you new to the channel, I've always hated those happy path classes where you follow some code on YouTube and there's no real debugging. There's no real like, oh, I wrote this and it's not even working how I thought it would work. And so I wanted to fix that. And so this is my attempt at fixing that. We're covering these things, and we're doing it all live. We're doing it all live. Now, don't get me wrong. I actually have, I have some, I have the code already written for a lot of it. So I know where we're going. It's not like I don't have a path at all. But the goal is, at the end of Rust 101, you should be able to write a microservice. You should be able to write either gRPC or HTTP REST style API. You should be able to write a CLI. And these are all like very applicable things that you should be able to do at the end of this. So it's also trying to not hit too much in theory, although I think probably in our like Rust 404 class, yeah, we'll probably have a 404. That's probably going to be the 4-level series. Then the Rust 404, we're going to get more into the in-depth of memory management and those types of things, but we're avoiding a lot of that right now. We're taking the easy path. Are we assuming previous programming knowledge? That's a good question, Temporus. Yes. Yes, we are. This is not geared towards somebody who doesn't know what programming is at all. I would not say that we're assuming great in-depth knowledge of programming, no. But I'm also not covering the basics of what an if statement is. If somebody asks, though, I'm happy to explain it. So if you're new and you actually ask those questions, while I'm not talking about what an if statement is or how to effectively use an if statement, I'm happy to cover it. That's the great thing about being live. The other thing that I never know when pre-recording is where the person who's watching is at. And that's another great thing about the live that I'm getting to do, is because if something is confusing to you, you can ask a question. If I have the time, we can cover it, which is really cool. So I actually really like the live learning. Because of this. So, anyways. All right. So, where did we stop? How many days will this tutorial be? Undecided. I purposefully didn't set too much on it on a day. I start each day with a topic that I plan to hit. And if we get sidetracked because people are having struggles with something, that's fine. And we'll push it, we'll finish that task the next day. So, like last week, let's recap what we did last week. So we have this struct that we use that is our to-do, and we serialize this to JSON. That was pretty awesome. We actually kind of did 2 things. The next thing that we did was we had this app state where we said, hey, look, we want to actually have this shared state that we can pass around. And we did that, and our root still passes the to-do. We learned very nicely how we can actually add type safety, which is what we did. We added type safety to our return. So we're not just returning, we started this function. And just to give you guys an example of what we did, we started this function returning a string, and it could be any string. We could return any random string that we wanted to. It could be JSON. It doesn't even have to be valid JSON. Then we converted that to, we handed JSON, and now we actually have it where we are returning a list of to-dos. So we've made this a type safe return of JSON. So our API is type safe. That's the type of learning that we've walked through. We understand why we might like to do these types of things and how you can do them in Rust. Now, today, what we'd like to do is we'd like to add a state for adding a to-do. Right now, all you can do is get the to-dos, but we can't add a to-do. So today's goal is get to where we have a post function that we can post to that will add a to-do. And if everybody loves this Rust tutorial, likes how we're doing it, we'll do it with Go. We'll do it with another language. And Rust and Go are the ones I can easily do it. I'm probably going to learn another language at some point. And so I could do it with C++. I don't know if anybody wants that though. But if people are liking it, we'll do more and we'll keep going. And then we'll do Rust 404. Right now that one's not found right now. You can't get that one. That one's not made. All right, so we're going to start with making a new function for our post, and we're just going to try to name this kind of well. So remember, all of these need to be asynchronous because we're working inside of our framework here that we're using. So we're using Axum. These are our imports here. Are you making a protocol? We're not making a protocol. Nope, we're just passing JSON. We're keeping it simple. This is simple. Async function. Okay, one second. We need to disable. We need to, one second. How do we do this? It is Copilot disable. Sorry, I don't use Copilot while doing it because sometimes it spills the secret and does it right. Okay, so we want to do an async function. I also, if you're learning, don't use Copilot or something like that. I really think it's bad for learning. That's my, okay. So we're going to do this as, we're going to do a create to do. You know what? Actually, I think we'll do this as post. Post to do. Okay. So that will give we'll have some payload. So we'll want a we want a JSON payload. With a payload. Okay, so this is our payload. This is a macro. This is a payload, and that type is JSON to do. So we're not letting you post a list of to-dos. We're just posting a single to do to our method. So this is our post. Now we obviously need to return something. So we're going to return a status code. Maybe whatever backend, next week, hopefully, if this all goes well, we will be adding a database to this. Or maybe we get to it today. We'll see how fast this goes. All right. And then we can actually return just the status code for right now. We can also return, sometimes posts will have you return the object back. There's probably a reason to do that, but we'll get into that and we'll actually implement that when we have, said reason. All right, so let's just close this off. And if we write and quit, we shouldn't have quit. That was me being dumb. So let's jump back into there. I just wanted to write. So yeah, going on down. All right. So we can come in here and actually start to write our thing. Now we have this and we have a payload of to do. we have this JSON, but we need state, right? We need this list here, right? So how do we get this state and how do we use it? Because we really want to put this JSON thing. So we have this JSON here as our payload. But now we actually need our state too. So let's put a state in here. So state to-dos is here, and this is just going to be the same state that we have up here. So let's see if I can't yank that, paste that in there, delete the thing I don't need. There we go. All right. So now we're passing in the state, and we're passing in, that it takes a payload of JSON. This is going well so far, but we have an error. Let's see what that error is. Mismatch type, expected status code, found none. So this is Rust telling you that we said we would return a status code, and so far we've returned nothing. Now we could quickly and easily fix this by just doing status code. We can just do our. Oh, you know what? I gotta disable. Gotta disable Copilot again. My bad. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, so we have our post now, and we could just do, let's just make sure this compiles. So let's do status code. Okay. That's not what I meant at all. Okay. And if you remember, we didn't put a semicolon. This means that this is returning this, and this works. Now we get a few more warnings here, and we say post to do is never used. Okay, so that's one thing, we can fix that. This variable is never used. We have a bunch of things that are never used. So let's start using those and see how things go wrong for us. So the first thing that we can do is we can add a route. We don't have a route, so there's nothing that accepts a post to do at this point. So now we need to add a post. So let's do that. We're just going to do a little bit of currying. We can just use the to-do macro. Will you be doing Golang after this? Not directly after this. I meant Golang after either Kubernetes or Rust finishes. I'll do Golang. Yep. So right now I have 2 going on. I can't do a third one. We do Rust and Kubernetes each week. Now, that being said, I write Go on stream every once in a while. I write both Go and Rust. So if you have questions, you're more than welcome to hang out and ask them. All right. So we can go ahead and just tack onto this. We'll go here, not here. We'll go before the with state. So we'll go here. And we'll do route. We'll add another route. And we're going to do this to to-dos. And this is, if you remember here, we made this a get. Okay, that's fine. What we want to do is we want to make this a post because we want to post to it. So we're going to do post, and then the function is post to do. All right, and then we want to add our state to it, like we were expecting. We want to add an extra parenthesis and presto. Now, we have an error. Post cannot be found. This is pretty standard. We didn't import it. So when you see this, again, it's not found in the scope. This is pretty self-explanatory. Let's jump up to the top and add post. Now, this is getting a little verbose up here. We can add use again, and we can do Axum here. And we can do routing here, and then we can do post. But this is getting kind of verbose. Is there a way to make this a little cleaner? And the answer is yes. So let's clean this up. Now you can get Rust format to do this for you as well. but I want to just show you what we're talking about. So the first thing that we can clean up here is these two things are from the exact same thing. So what you can do in Rust is add curly braces here, add post, and then add your in curly brace here. All right. Now we imported both post and get in the same time. But this goes for everything, right? So we can actually do, let's incorporate that here as well. So we can incorporate routing. We can put a curly brace here, and then we can put a curly brace down here. Let me do this. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Wait, curly brace down here, and then we delete some of this stuff, delete some of this stuff, delete this stuff, because these are just found in Axum straight, right? So then we don't want a semicolon, we want a comma. We want a comma here. Comma here too. Okay. We need a semicolon at the end of that. Okay. Done. And then Rust format is going to format that's a little bit prettier. And what you've noticed is we've compressed our using statements. So the things that we're using, we have compressed and made them a bit cleaner. Routing is in the base Axum, so is JSON and router, so all of these things. Now we can go ahead and keep doing this with HTTP here and status code. So we can throw that in there. That cleans that up. We can do the extract as well. Throw this in there and throw state in there. Now we can delete these two as well. And we are almost cooking, but not quite. There we go. All right, so we cleaned that up. This is a bit cleaner. It doesn't have you repeating all the things over and over and over and over again, and allows you to clean up your things. Like I said, we can do this with Go format as well. I just wanted to show you what we're doing. Does that all make sense? Thank you so much for the follow. So when you're reading this, at first it's a little bit weird. But this is the root. This is another package in. This is another package in. This is another package in. These are things that are inside of this module, and these are the things inside of this module. So it's a little weird. When I was first learning Rust, I tripped over this, but it's actually really fantastic and easy to read once you kind of figure it out. All right, let's move on. We implemented post. Okay, cool. We got post. We're posting. Let's jump down here. And you can see our errors cleaned up. Absolutely temporous. I mean, I like it a lot. Obviously, as you can see, Rust format isn't even formatting them this way unless if you ask it to. So if you want to put all of these on their own line, you can go ahead and do that. I like this way. For me, it reduces the number of repeated things. Excuse me. And so, yeah. There's a lot of things that are synthetic. I'm just trying to show people how it works. And this is one of the ways it works. Yeah. Okay. So we got this. It's being used now. Okay. And we're posting. We're saying that it's posting, but we're still not using the state and we're not using the payload. Okay. So let's use those. All right. This should be really easy, right? We should just be able to add the payload to the to-dos. So we could just like to-dos does it have an append or insert? Here's an append. All right. So we're just going to slap on an append here, and then we're just going to put payload here, right? This should work, right? Right? Well, once we get a semicolon. All right. Well, we have an error. We have an error. What is our error? Argument, mismatch types. Expected mutable reference. Interesting. Expected immutable reference. What does that mean? Well, the fact is, while we pass this state, and we can change it right here where we're building it, we don't actually have a mutable reference. And the thing is, we can't really have a mutable reference as it is designed. And the reason is, we only have an arc, which is reference counting it, but it doesn't protect it across threads. And as we've stated, we could be across threads. So we're gonna have to lock this some way. Let's see if the internet has any way for locking. Rust mutex. Okay, so one thing that people wanted is to have some more documentation. So I'm trying to remember. Remind me if I'm not doing this. I want to take you to the places where these things are, so you can go read about them. So again, if I'm using something new and we haven't discussed it and they're generally easy to search, but I want to be putting them in chat so you can be following along. Is everybody following along so far? Do we have this? Does everybody have some Rust code? I'd like for you guys to be following along. Love for you to be typing out the things as we're going. That would be absolutely fantastic. Yes, oh, you're right. You're right. You know what? Okay, let's scratch this. Okay. It can. You actually, most locks can cause deadlocks, but async is particularly bad to use this under. There is a Rust, we're using Tokyo. Let's use theirs. Mutext, we text, everybody texts. Okay. That's a really good call. And I've written some bad code. I was not thinking about that. Excellent call out, Temporis. So let's use Tokyo's mutex for exactly that reason. Wait. Contrary to popular belief, it is okay and often preferred to use the ordinary mutex. 1 second. We're doing some live learning because now I'm confused. I do believe... 1 second. We got to pull this up. Rust mutex. Contrary to popular belief, it's okay and often preferred to use the ordinary mutex from the standard library in asynchronous code. The feature that asynchronous mutexes offer over the blocking mutex is the ability to keep it locked across an await point. That's right. So the problem that you run into, and so I don't want to get into this. Is holding a lock across an await. And we don't need to do that. That's why my code originally was okay. This is something we'll talk about. Holding stuff across an await is something we'll get into. That's too deep. So honestly, for what we're doing, it doesn't matter. Use whichever one. I'm glad you brought it up, Temporis, because I wasn't thinking about it, and I wasn't thinking why this was fine in mine. But I also want to ignore it for now. Sorry. This is part of live learning, guys. I do try to be prepared, but I didn't think about that. I had just written it one way. And I didn't even think about it. So when Temporis brought it up, I was like, oh yeah, I've had to deal with this. Good point. And then I was like, oh yeah, we don't need to deal with it yet. Good point. So anyways, anyways, what we need is a mutex, and you can use either one of these. It doesn't matter for our point. Now, what I can say is if you're using Tokyo, you can use theirs and you don't have to worry about it. So maybe that's a good statement, is just use Tokyo's. We've sold into the Tokyo ecosystem. Axum is Tokyo. Our threading is Tokyo. So we're already leveraging Tokyo. You can just go ahead and use it. But Tokyo works with normal mutexes as well. There's no reason you can't use them as well. What you can generally understand of Tokyo is that if Tokyo has implemented something, it works across an await and an await. And we'll get into that later on. That's a nuanced point that we'll look into. But you know what? We'll go ahead and use the standard library. We're going to use the standard library. And the reason is I want to point out when it happens that we can't use it in future. I usually like running into the problems and then debugging them live. I think it's so cool. I think it's a great way to learn. Okay, so basically, we don't have a mutable reference to to-dos. At this point, there's no way to access the actual data and change it. We can't borrow this as mutable in the current state. And so we've got to add another point to this. So instead of an arc of vec of to-dos, we want to have an arc of mutex of vec of to-dos. Something like this. Now, we don't have mutex in the current scope, but that's easy mutex is in the same place as arc is. So we're just going to jump right back up to the top and throw in mutex right here. Oh, look, and we already are here. So all we have to do is bada boom, bada bing, mutex. How's everybody doing today while we're typing this out? I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope I can help us learn something new. One thing while I'm talking about it is each Saturday, I want to cover a topic that's not Rust or programming. I want to talk about whether it is a topic on blockchain, career growth, distributed systems, machine learning. I want to talk or system design. System design is one I'm particularly good at. I want to be talking about one of those things. So bringing those things to chat and posting them, because we're going to keep a list and we're going to bite off one topic each time to learn something new, to understand it better. We're going to just, maybe like a half an hour little thing. So keep those things coming. Actually, Future Highway, that is 100% what we were just about to do, is type aliasing or we're just about to do it. Because like I said, this is getting a little out of control. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a little out of control. Even for me. So there's something that we can do that cleans this up. Other languages have it, and yeah, we're going to do it. So basically, we want to create a type that's this. That's all. So what we're going to do is we're going to yank that, and then we're going to just come up. I like putting them at the top. Sometimes people put them when they first occur. I like putting them right up here. What we're going to do is, this is how we're defining a new struct here. So you can see how we're defining a new struct. But what we want to do is we want to define a new type. So we're just going to do type like this. And then we're going to give this an alias. So let's give this an alias of to do list like this. And then we're going to set this equal to this, to the actual type that we want it to be. And then we're going to go to the end of the line and we're going to put a semicolon there like that. And then it's going to complain that I did something wrong, which I know that I did. Expected one of, what did I do wrong here? I did something wrong. More rappers than the top 100 Billboard. Maybe I put too many brackets. 1 second. I put too many brackets. 1, 2, 3. I do have too many brackets. This is why you don't want to do this. This is why you want to type alias this. Okay, so now we can use this type alias. Now, I want to warn you, and this is just from my experience, don't go ham type aliasing something. If you have a vec of to-dos like this, don't type alias this to-do list. Because now it goes to keeping your code simple. You've just added another obfuscation. And sure, we're adding an obfuscation here to our code, but that's because it's getting unwieldy. I didn't even know how many brackets to do because there's just so many of them to do. Anyways, I would just encourage you to do the thing that's the most simple. And right now, I think actually type aliasing this is the most simple thing. But you can go overboard. To-do list is not a great name. Past Merrick that did this as to-do list sucked. To-do list is not a great name. What is this going to be? This is going to be to-do state. This is our state. Am I going to add the state here? Am I going to do that? Oh. I don't like the word state because I wasn't going to do state because it's kind of a thing. I'm going to do the state. We're going to do state. It's fine. All right, so we'll do state here. We're diverging from my original code just a little bit. I'll update it some night. Okay, so we have this new to-do state type. Cool. All right, and now instead of all of this here, we can VF bracket in delete. We can just do to do state. All right. Like I said, this obfuscates it a little bit. If you want to know what this is now you have to go check the type definition. This is why I don't recommend, doing it too much, but there's definitely places where this becomes a huge relief to have. So yeah, we can do the sorry, I'm also learning Vim, so I'm not very good at it. Not very good at it at all. Okay, but simplified. Awesome. All right, so now we have this to-do state. We're going to have a few problems. As you can see, we have errors here because we're now passing something else. It used to be that these things were assuming that we were passing just a arc of vec, but no longer is true. We're adding a arc of mutex. Now, that being said, we're still passing the wrong thing. Does Rust know that we're passing the wrong thing? And it does. This is the type safety Rust gets you. This is what people complain about, but it is telling you that every place it sees it with these macros to do state, it is expecting not this. It is expecting to do state. So not only does it protect you down here, but it also can tell you here that it is not what it wants. This state is not what it wants at all. All right. So how do we create a mutex? Well, it has new just like Arc does. So we can literally just do mutex new up here. And wrap this whole thing in another bracket because we love them. All right. Well, that cleared up that. But now we have to understand that to access this, we've put it behind a lock. All a lock is going to do is say that I have locked this Nobody else can use it. There's different types of locks. If you guys want a stream on the different types of locks, when to use them, what to be careful of, because there's like read-write locks. This is just a lock that isn't a specific read-write lock. Whole bunch of different types of locking strategies. You can shoot yourself in the foot really quickly with a lock, so be careful with them. All right. So let's continue on. All right, so now we have this mutex. Let's get our root. And you know what? While we're here, let's update root. We don't really want it to be root. We want this to be a get to-dos. So let's update this to get to-dos. Beautiful. We're going to update this up here to be get to-dos. Let's actually add and then we're going to put this at the to-do path. We're going to really quickly do this. Paste this here. Just as a little bit of tidying, we're going to make this root. And then all we want to do is return a simple string that proves that the API server is online and functioning. So we'll just do a return of string, and then we'll do some string here. You have done fantastic work. You know, make it motivational. When you have to make a random string, might as well be motivational. I have an extra arg. Wait. I do? No. Can I not create? I thought you could create strings this way. Can you seriously not do this? I can do the toString method. I thought you could just do string new. No, it's string from, isn't it? It's string from. I'm sorry, I don't do this very often. I've been wanting to do it this way more, though, because I think it's a little bit cleaner. I think it's from. Yeah. From. I just, there we go. That's how you do that. All right, and we don't need state here either. Look at this. Rust is helping us. All right, and then we'll delete this. Okay, so we have our root. Beautiful. Awesome. Okay. Little motivation there if you hit your root thing. Okay. So let's we didn't actually add this route. Let's do that. Okay. We'll add the route. Route. And again, this is just the base route, and it will be a get root. Done. Beautiful. Okay. Now we're trying to share state. That's what we're trying to do. I just wanted us not to have this, but I wanted to name this properly. You know, be a good citizen. Be a good citizen and name stuff as best you can. All right, now we have this mutex, and what you have to do is you have to lock the mutex to get anything. So really what we need to do here now is we need to let to do, I don't like shadowing. Let's rename this to state. Let to-dos equals state dot lock lock and done. All right, now we have this to-dos as a thing, and what is this? What is this? Uh-oh. Oh no. So we just redid my Vim bindings and I don't have space H. Space H is supposed to tell me what this type is. Gosh dang it. Okay. Never doing that again. Consider using result expect to unwrap the mutex guard. Okay, so what is it talking about? What do we have here that I obviously can't show you? All right, so this unwrap is the return value to the assert that we're not expecting. So basically, when you lock this, you're getting something back. And I want to show you what that something is. I don't know that I can fix it quickly enough. So what we're going to do really quickly, I'm super sorry about this. I'm going to fix this before next episode, the next episode, catch me next episode. But yeah, the next episode, I'll have this fixed so we can do it in VS Code, or not in VS Code. Not in VS Code. I want you to see what the type is. So if you go and hover over here, this is what I wanted to show you. Basically, and this should be working in Vim. My bad. Okay, so what this is giving us is a result. And a result says you can't have the thing inside, which is this mutex guard. You can't have this thing unless if you unwrap me. Now, we could do .unwrap. What is the problem with .unwrap? I'm going to ask you guys right now. We could do we could just do .unwrap right here. .unwrap. What is the problem with unwrap? Anybody know? Unwrap is the one way, not the one way, but one of the ways you will get your app to crash on you unexpectedly. This will panic if it's not good. Now, in this case, we're unwrapping a lock, and the way the lock can be bad is if it's been poisoned. A lot of the times, there's not a good way to recover from a poisoned lock, except for crashing. You might want to log something, though. But your logging could be poisoned. You're in a bad state. You're in a very bad state at this point. But you should try to log it. You should try. But yeah, you're in a pretty bad state if this doesn't work. But a way we could solve this, instead of doing this, we could do a match. So let's do that right now and solve this in a little bit cleaner of a way. We could do a match on state.lock. And have so automatically it's saying there should be an okay and an error, and they're not covered. So let's cover those. So we could do okay. And this would be the things that we want. And if it's this, if it's the things that we want to return, this thing down here. We want to return this. Return. Hey, Mary, is that you leaving? Oh, okay. We just want to return this stuff. And then, if it's error, we want to, we'll just do error of E, whatever. We want to return status code, error. What status code do we want? We'll do internal server error. That's a pretty good. Oh my goodness. Internal server error. That would just return. We'll return that. All right. Now we have a lot of issues. One second. Okay, you guys are talking about Go. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good here. So we have some issues here. What are they? Well, so far we've been returning this tuple, and this tuple expects us to return a JSON. But the thing is, we don't really have JSON on this error. you'll see right now, we don't have, like, and it expects a to-do, which is fantastic, but we don't want to return a to-do here. We have an error. So how are we going to update this to do that? Well, it's okay. What we can do is we can return our own result. So right now, what we can do is we can update this to a result, our own result, and status code goes on the other side. Like this, okay? So now we're saying wait, did I do this correctly? No, I didn't. Okay, like that. No. Oh, wait, no. Not there, my bad. One second, I'm close. Like that, and then we can get rid of this. Okay, I was close, but very far away. Okay, so what we can do here is we can return our own result. For this. You know what? I want to focus on sharing state and not this. We're going to do this another time and handling all of this and handling the result that can be different than just an okay and a thing. But this is actually a thing that we need to do. But I don't want to get, I'm just thinking about it. I wanted to share state. We're sharing state. So you know what we're doing? Instead of going all the way down that path, instead of doing other things, we're going to expect this lock to work. We're going to expect this lock to work today, because it's going to make everything else simpler. And this is why you see it a lot. We're going to expect this to work. And unwrap is just going to unwrap that option and let us use it. So anyways, maybe next week we'll actually work on returning results. I don't want it to turn into that. I want to keep it simple. We're trying to keep it simple. All right. Sorry about that. All right, so now we have this to do, and we can jump over here and we can see what type it is. It's a mutex guard. Okay, cool. We can see here that we have this. Now, really cool thing here is we can actually unlock this and get an access to mutable. So the shared state can only be accessed once the lock is held, and our non-atomic increment is safe because we're the only thread which can access the shared state when the lock is held. The unwrap returns the asset that we were not expecting threads to ever fail while holding lock. Okay, cool. Right. So like they're even stating here that they're using unwrap because they're expecting the lock to work. So that's what we're going to do for today. We're not going to do this in the future. I try not to use unwrap too much, but I also want it to be okay when you're first learning, use unwrap. It keeps things simpler. And your app might fail, and that's fine. You're keeping things simple and moving on. All right, so we have this to do that we now have locked, but it's a mutex guard, which adds a little bit of interest. It adds a little bit of interest, and this is why you're seeing here that it's not liking to return this as we were. So let's delete this. And now we can just delete that portion that we were doing, because instead of having an arc, we have a mutex, which a mutex allows us just access to it just like we were. So we can delete that and we can move on. Okay, we have this, but we already had this. This was already working. What we really needed is a way to append. And that's what we went and did all of this trouble for. And that's what we're going to do Now, again, we need to lock this. So we're just going to copy this up here. We're going to just grab this, paste it right here, and we're going to update this to be state, done. Oh, we're still having a problem. That's a shame. Let's understand what the problem is. We're getting there. Arguments to this method are incorrect. Mismatch type. Oh, wait. Remember, you got to define if you want the thing to be mutable. Every single time. That's going to be a requirement. All right. But we're still incorrect. Found the struct to do. So now we're actually talking about this thing, right? So let's actually see what what the payload is. Let's other thing equal this payload. So sometimes this can be a really powerful thing to do if you're unsure. Now, you can also hover over this in your Visual Studio Code, or if you have a functioning thing to understand what this payload is right here. This payload is of type 2do. And what this is saying is append actually expects a vector. It's appending another vector. And I know that this is not super clear as to what's happening here. And one of the reasons I wanted to show you is append, if we go to the definition of it, is looking for self. Self, in this case, is referring to a vector. So self is a very fancy way to say of my type. So in an implementation, self is saying something of my type. And it is expecting a something of its type, which is a vector. And we're not adding this. We're not adding this. We have a individual thing. So we obviously need to not use append. Okay, so cool. So what do we do? Insert is what you want. Oops, insert is what you want, which can be inserted at an element, which is not what we want because we don't want to insert at an element. My bad. To do's, just add. Wait. Put. Why am I blanking on this? I thought it was. Oh, it's push. It's right there. It's push. Oh, okay. Push. My goodness. Blanking hard. Push. There you go. Yeah. No. I wanted to do append first because I wanted people to see the error, but I forgot push. All right. Now, this is working. Check this out. If we delete this mute, to-dos needs to be borrowed as mutable. We need to borrow this as mutable because that's the type of lock we're wanting. We want to borrow it as mutable. Because we actually want to mutate the data that it's being stored. This is super powerful, protects you from a lot of stuff. And the cool thing is you cannot mutate this without knowing it at this point, which is awesome, which is absolutely fantastic. Okay, let's actually test this. Actually, we have an ad starting soon, so I'm going to just talk with you all while the ads. I'm going to catch up on chat. Thank you, Future Highway. Yeah, I was being dumb. There's an ad going on, so we're not going to talk about anything because I can't push off the ad. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. We do have follower goals. If you're watching, we have follower goals in some list, not in this list. Not in this list. We need to open up the other vault. Go back to the other live learning. We've got some follower goals. If you want to be a part of those goals, right now, these are the goals that we have for followers. 1,000 followers, which I say we're close to. We're not even halfway to. Not even halfway. But we're gonna have a motivational stream, which is gonna be fun. I'm gonna get a lot of soundtracks of like motivational content to just program to the motivational stream. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun and terrible. If we get to 2,000, we're gonna start implementing Twitch Plays Wordle, and 5,000 Twitch Plays D&D. This is an over-engineered Twitch alert system that you're already experienced. We run this all locally on my machines. We built it all on Twitch as well. So it's also built in Rust, mostly. All right, what we are going to try to do is we're going to try to post this with curl. I'm not a curl expert, so I'm going to get set up to do that. All right, so we're going to curl this, right? Yeah. Okay, so curl. We need a header, right, for not a header. Header. So we need to do content type application JSON. Yes. And then we need a request. Right. And this is post. I think. And then we're gonna add some data because we gotta post our JSON, right? No, you gotta do single quotes because our JSON is gonna have quotes in it. What? I guess this requires us to have an ID. We'll make this optional in the future. Yeah, we're going to make it optional in the future. Okay, so ID, title, and completed. So we'll just do that really quickly. ID 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Just like that. Wait. What was it? ID, title. Title, do the stream, and what was it? The completed. Completed. And we can do this and then this. All right. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Oh, I need the local host, right? Right. We're HTTP local host, and I think we were on 3,000. I'm probably wrong on that, but we'll try. Okay, so Temporis and Dirk. I want to dig into what you guys were talking about. Oh, I guess the ads are over now. Okay, ads are over. Okay, so I made a curl that maybe works. I'm not a curl expert, so I just did this while we were waiting on ads. Not a curl expert, so we'll find out. Let's get our application running. Okay, so remember, how do we do that? We do it with cargo run. Well, we want to be in day 4. Day 4. Cargo run. But is this going to work? We'll see. It's going to compile. Maybe we're missing something. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right. We have to give it a port. We have to give it a port. We designed this and we forgot port 3000, and I screwed up. Okay, so we're now on port 3000. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. You know what we're not doing though? We're not printing anything. So we'll run this. We need to do to-dos. That was the other thing. Okay, so this is our curl. We're setting the content type to JSON. We're posting, we're making a post request. We're putting the data as an ID of 1234, title, do the stream, completed equals false. Let's see if this works. Request is unknown. How dare them? How dare them? When will our command line tools get AI to know what I meant? That's what I really want to know is when that will happen. Okay, so we don't do any useful logging here, which is a shame. Absolute shame. There's no logging. What noobs? The only way we can actually test this though is to do a git. So let's do a curl with a git to this. Let's see. We can just delete this and this. Okay, I think it would have just been easier to type that out. Okay, let's see. Look at this. We have do the stream in our list. We absolutely freaking have do the stream in the list. We're getting it. We're making a get request at to-dos with something we stored in memory. This is awesome. This is awesome. And look how little this has. Look at how little code this is. We did all of that in what? 20 lines? I mean, if you count everything, which this is like us storing new to-dos for 10 of them. That's a solid 11 of the lines. 11 of the lines is just us making random stupid stuff that we don't need to. We could delete all of these lines. So we start with an empty list. So subtracting 11 lines, that would put us at what? 59 lines. 59 lines of code. You have all of this. I actually think that this is pretty amazing. You've done a good job. We have a little system here. It's not perfect. We're going to be adding to it. You know, one thing that we don't do is allow you to delete something. Now, this is kind of on purpose. If you notice, we've actually added 1, 2, 3, 4 twice because it's just a list on the back end. And so we're going to be exploring some data types that we can use to help protect us from having the same thing. You know, maybe the server should be creating the ID itself. And maybe that's what we should return here. Those are some of the things that we're going to get into in the next stream. We're going to make those work that way. But we've shared state. We've used a lock. And that's what I wanted to do for today. And right now, we're arguing about Go. My goodness. My goodness. All right. Questions. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Is this helpful? Do people like this? I hope people are enjoying this. Now, I don't check this code in because the goal isn't for you to copy and paste somebody's code. The goal is for you to follow along. Write your own thing. Don't make a to-do app. Our to-do app is going to be dumb. In the end, we have a microservice that uses gRPC to give us the weather on the time that it was completed. But this is to exercise the whole stack, to show you how to do gRPC, to show you how to do a database. We're going to be storing these in a database. The goal is to make it where at the end of 101, you could actually use Rust in a production system and feel confident that you know at least the base set of tools to do those types of things. That's the goal. How's everybody feeling about it? Let me know feedback. We have a Discord. We have a community for you to join. You can get the Discord link by doing !Discord. And you can join our community. You can ask questions, but leave questions there if they're really good questions that, isn't just a one-line response to answer. We might do a stream on them and make sure to get those incorporated. Please ask questions during this on the code itself, because that's the other thing that I think is really powerful about this live learning where we actually do this. I might make this into a YouTube course where we actually do the YouTube videos, where we do each section and explore it that way. But I think the live portion of it brings this place where we can have the discourse, and we can talk about it, especially when we maybe get into a little bit more complicated things. Okay, so the next one is Kubernetes. The next topic is Kubernetes. Let's document what we learned today. Rust 101, let's document it. This is mostly for me because I want to make sure that I can go back and make those YouTube videos. The other thing that I want to do is I want to do this maybe once every 2 years, the Rust 101, for new Rust people. And I want to make it better each time. So things that we did good, things that we did bad, let's document those things and make it better each time. Maybe we do it once a year. I hope to get it where, like, the next time I do it, I'm faster at each step, hit the high topics, move on. Hopefully I get faster and faster at it. Does what we covered make sense so far? April. Okay, so this would be 06, 04, 2024. What have I been calling these? Just I don't know. Day 4. Day 4. Shared state. Learned to share state across thread. Learn to share basic state across threads. Do you know what we didn't cover, which I think is a really important thing that we should have covered? And this is a little bit of theory that we're just going to talk about. Why is Arc not the solution? Arc is not locking anything. Arc is an automatic reference count. It's the way to share memory with multiple things. So you need something. So this is just how Rust is keeping track of how many things reference this. That's all. That's all the Arc is doing. The thing you need from the mutex is giving you the ability to share things in a mutable way across threads. You don't need the Arc if you're just going to copy the same, or you don't need the mutex if you're just going to copy the same thing. And you can also just copy the stuff instead of using an Arc. So that's why you need these two things. This is for memory. This is for safety across the threads. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe I need to do better. Explain diff in arc and arc and mutex and why both are needed. I didn't think about explaining that better, and I want to explain it with an example. Should be, why is that in quotes? I did not mean for that. Should be done via example and not just talking. Okay. Added basic ability to add to-dos to the state. Cool. Okay. I forgot. Skill issues. I forgot to update. This is streaming. I forgot to update our title. Nobody knew we were doing a Rust class. Not one person would have known. I'm so bad. Next week, that's on you guys. You guys got to remind me. Update title. So, okay. Kubernetes 101 right now. Learn something new. All right. Only minor streamer skill issues. I'm learning. I've only been doing this for years. Maybe a year. I don't know. Maybe not a full year. Maybe a year. I think I've been streaming for a year. All right. But when I first started streaming, I really didn't ever have plans. I never did these types of things. I just kind of streamed some coding. I got more coding done, though. All right. So let's talk day 3 for our Kubernetes 101. Day 3. Let's put in the folder. I deserve to be made fun of some of these. Yep. I don't. I screwed up. These dates are screwing me up. I always want to put the month first. It's just what comes naturally. Oh. Okay. I'm doing it for you guys though. Now, while I don't put the code for these, I do put the notes. So if there's any notes that we have or you guys can think of that you want in there, these are committed, and I'm going to go refine them as well. Usually I go back through and refine them as well. There's also drawings in them, so you can go download Obsidian, which will make it easy to view the drawings and whatnot. Now, I have all of the things recorded. I haven't posted them yet because I was working on that Kubernetes video, which took up a lot of my time because I redid it a bunch of times to try to get it perfect. And it's still not perfect, but that's because I'm not experienced at doing that. So I need more experience and it'll be fine. That being said, yeah, there'll be the recordings and there'll be the notes for these. They're all posted somewhere. All right. So we're doing Kubernetes today. Now, last week we did containers. So we did containers, and then we did what a pod was, and we did some very basic Kubernetes command line. We also covered at a very high level what Kubernetes is. Kubernetes is a process scheduler. It has a cluster of machines that schedules processes on them. It doesn't manage your infrastructure. It doesn't manage your secrets. It doesn't make DevOps possible. It is process orchestration. Now, it does all of these things. It enables you to do all of these things in different, unique ways. But the goal of Kubernetes is to orchestrate processes. I think it's a really clear thing because I think it's very easy for people to get confused as to exactly what Kubernetes' main goal is. Its main goal is to process or to to orchestrate processes across a cluster of machines. Once you get that and understand that, it becomes a lot easier to understand why Kubernetes does stuff. Now, when you're orchestrating processes, what are some things that you might need? Well, you might need configuration. You know what? Let's actually copy this over to our new day. We're going to make it up here. Can I copy this? No, I can't copy this. Come on, I can copy this. Make a copy. Done. Okay. Now we'll move that up here. Beautiful. And we're going to rename this to, what are we going to rename it? We're going to rename it, day 3. Day 3. .Acceledra. And I said day 3 and I typed day 2. You know, that's the type of day it's going. Day 3. Okay. So it processes. Now, when you're talking about this, it does provide mechanisms to do secret management and DevOps things and configuration. Because what do you need when you orchestrate a process? Well, processes what are their needs? You know, let me zoom in on this so we're not like 3 million miles away. What are your needs when you're orchestrating processes? Let's actually just. What do you need when orchestrating processes? So, what does a process need? Let's just list some of these things. And then we'll get into how Kubernetes does some of these things. Because Kubernetes does enable you to do these things. I clicked on the wrong thing. Kubernetes does allow you to do these things. But the goal is to do orchestration of processes. And all of these things come about because your process needs them. Well, we need a way to configure our process. Most processes require some sort of configuration. In the Rust class that we just did, we have some sort of configuration. We actually pass in through the arguments a port to bind to. This is super common that your process needs a port, maybe even a host name. Maybe it needs a URL to the database that you're accessing. Almost every process I've ever written needs some sort of configuration. I can't think of one that doesn't. So we need some way to configure it. Part of that configuration is how to give it secrets. So your process needs some way of getting secrets. Needs some way of getting secrets. Okay. All right. So they need some way of getting secrets. What else are there? Well, let's think about how we talked about Kubernetes. If this process, let's say this is our Twitch alerts, because we have Twitch alerts that run on Kubernetes. These are our Twitch alerts. Okay, and they run on these two machines. Now, Kubernetes was in charge of picking which machines to run that process on, right? So I don't know which machine they're on. How do I access them? If somebody hit the follow button right now, I would get a Twitch alert into my system. The Twitch alerts would get them. And they would have to, there's a UI. There's a UI, a front end that sits out here. Twitch alerts front end. That has to listen. That has a WebSocket connection. That has to listen for updates. How does this front end know where this is running? It could be anywhere. It could be on any one of these machines. So another thing that these processes need some way of locating, dynamically locating. So another feature of Kubernetes is its scheduling processes. And if this machine dies, it's going to relocate your process to another machine. So that means that our front end for our Twitch alerts needs to be able to dynamically reallocate where it's doing. This is a pretty common thing. They're called load balancers. So these load balancers now are the thing that knows where things are running. And if you're running multiple of them, our Twitch alerts are not, but if you're running multiple of them, they'd be able to not only redirect your stuff there, they would also be able to balance the load between the different services. So Kubernetes provides a way of doing this. And now this is not, they're not called load balancers. You can have a load balancer, but they're called services. Okay. What do you guys need? Oh, okay. Okay. So, not oh, hi. It seems like, okay, you've bounced through quite a few. So today we work on a bunch of stuff, but today we're doing 2 classes. So I do a live learning, I do live classes on Rust and Kubernetes. Today we did the Rust one already, and we're working on the Kubernetes one. Now, all of these VODs are saved on Twitch and YouTube, so you can go back and check previous ones. So every Saturday at noon Eastern, we do these. And so we did the Rust one already, and we're doing an introduction to Kubernetes on this one. All right. And Twitch chat is currently arguing about Go. You know, if people really love the Rust one and the Kubernetes one, we can do a Go one as well. I know Go fairly well. Later, I can do one if people are really liking this. So thank you for the bit. I appreciate it. You know what? Our Twitch alerts actually just crashed. Our Twitch alerts IC Boxy just crashed because that's how it handles bits. That's how it handles bits, is it literally just crashes. But Kubernetes, okay, so this is actually really cool. Our Twitch alerts just crashed, and it got stood up somewhere else. It probably actually got stood up back on the same machine. It probably got stood up back on the same machine, but it could be Kubernetes is going to restart that process because what? We declared that we wanted a thing running. And so Kubernetes is going to work. It's going to strive towards that. Our deployment said we want one Twitch alert running, and that's what it's going to do. Yeah, Toggle was the one that raided me. Toggle raided me at the start of my Rust stream, so you missed the Rust stream, or the Rust lesson. Sorry about that. There's only been one transfer. Kubernetes is both amazing and horrifying. That is why I made this YouTube video. This is why I made a... go check out my... Yeah. I think most of the people that follow me follow Togglebit. I have more viewers when Togglebit's not streaming. Togglebit is a fantastic Rust streamer, by the way. You should... Let's give him a shout out. Shout out to Togglebit. Togglebit. Boom. You should follow Togglebit if you haven't. Just to be completely honest, Togglebit has helped me in my streaming career more than anybody else. He is a fantastic person that has just freely helped a ton. Fantastic person. Go. I literally mean go follow him before you follow me. Now, I have better Twitch alerts. That is for certain. you know what? Let's go here. Let's go to, yeah, see, I have better Twitch alerts. Who gets AI in their Twitch alerts? Not Togglebit. Okay, so I made this video specifically. I got all the way here just to show you the video, because I think that Kubernetes is both amazing and horrifying. The stream relay was a ton of fun. I want to do another one with Togglebit because the stream relay was an absolute blast. It was an absolute blast. That was actually really fun. That's another thing Togglebit put together. Togglebit is maybe one of the most undervalued streaming assets Twitch has in the programming. I think he's one of the most undervalued. He brings not only good educational advice, like if you ask him a real serious question, he will go on a tangent explaining it to you for you really well. But he's also entertaining. He's also entertaining to sit and watch. I don't get to watch him a ton, but a lot of times I have him in the background, and it's fun just to listen to him. Fantastic. All right, so back to Kubernetes. So my back hurts. That's not a statement. That's a username. My back hurts. First, thanks for following. But I think Kubernetes is overwhelming. And that's why I want to do this live learning with Kubernetes, so we can go over that type of stuff. It's not as bad as it's bad, but it's not as bad once you get to know it, which I know is a terrible statement because the best software is intuitive. And if it's not intuitive and it's too complicated, then it's not. But the thing is, Kubernetes solves a hard problem. And so while maybe we could do it better, and I have a Project Legion that I would love to have the time to do that I think does do it better, it solves a hard problem. And if that's your problem. Now, the thing is, a lot of people don't have that problem. And so I think a lot of times people misuse Kubernetes because they think by just using Kubernetes, they'll get the scale of Google. This is why you should watch my video, is because I address, hopefully in a funny way, I address those common misconceptions that just using Google is going to solve, or just using Kubernetes is going to solve your problems. And that's not thank you so much, Icy Boxy, for the bits. Thank you so much. I appreciate the bits. Just so everyone knows, I do have 2 fantastic mods that have actually saved my butt on the Discord and whatnot. And I do actually give the proceeds of those bits to the mods. So I actually really appreciate it because it enables me to pay them. I usually don't make money streaming, not enough to actually, I break even for the costs. But I do leverage those bits for them, for the work that they put in, because they're just volunteers right now. So I super appreciate the bits a ton. Okay, so moving on, Kubernetes solves a hard problem, and because of that, it's complicated. Oh, you've used Nomad? I like Nomad. It takes a different approach. For sure. We can do a Nomad. I've used Nomad as well. Okay. So Kubernetes, my point in all of this was that Kubernetes' goal isn't these things. These things aren't its goal. It's not its driving force. Its driving force is these things. Process orchestration. I think this really helps people because I think that sometimes they get overwhelmed with what it's trying to do. Why does it have all of these things? And I'm going to add another thing here is I say it's another thing that we want to do with a process is describe how we want to run it. So previously, last week, all we did was we ran a pod. We literally ran a single pod that that pushed it here. So it ran it on a specific node. We said to run this single pod, but maybe we want to run 4 of them. Maybe we want to run 4 of them. And maybe we want to run them not on the same not on machines that have GPUs. So this workload doesn't need a GPU. And because of that, we don't want to run it on we do not want to run it on this one that has a GPU. And so we want some way to describe how we want to run this process as well. So these are kind of some of the base building blocks. Now there's more things, and there's more things on top of this, but I want you to see that they're all around scheduling of processes. Okay, cool. So what are the ways we do these 4 things? These 4 very basic things. Let's talk about them. All right. We're in a command line here. All right, look at that. Oh man. 1, we have some follows, and then we have some community subs. Icyboxy, thank you so much. Super appreciate that. If the queue works properly, you should be getting your gifted sub notifications in just a second. Icyboxy, a legend. Legend. I appreciate it. Okay. Now, you can see my Twitch alerts still work even after they got forced crashed by Icyboxy. And that was because Kubernetes restarted them. All right, let's actually go and see the ways that they do this. So we want to know how we want to describe how we want to run something. What is that? What construct do we do that with? Actually, let's just write these down first, and then we'll go and actually look at implementations of these. Okay, so number 1. We'll just write them in here. Describe how we want to run, and when I say it, I mean a process. All right. What construct are we given for this? We are given, there's a couple. We can get into them, but the main one that you're going to be using is a deployment. This is going to let you describe how you want your process deployed. This is the big one. How do we want to configure our process? This one. This one is a config map. A config map, okay? This is just some sort of information that we can pass in to deployments, to whatnot. Okay? Secrets? Can anybody guess secrets? This one's hard. Okay, it's secrets. And then this one is services. So I already did this one. I think I indented these one too many times. Okay, so these are the constructs that Kubernetes gives us to do these things with our process. So I actually have a running Kubernetes cluster with our Twitch alerts, and we can actually check that out right now. And yeah, let's do it. Now, if you guys have K9s installed, you can just open up K9s and view it. And this is great, but we're going to use kubectl because that's also the thing. If you're taking a test, you got to be really good at kubectl. So we're going to quit that. We'll use it a little bit here and there, but the main idea is to get comfortable with these things. So we need to change our context. Right now we're in the kind cluster, and we actually need to switch to our production cluster. So let's do, now I have aliased kubectl to K, but we can use kubectl. And we want to do config, and we want to do use context. And here we want our K0s cluster. This is our production cluster, right? Dev cluster, kind of production cluster. So now we've switched to this. Now we can do K get pods, and we can see our pods. Now, this is running in the default namespace. We want to see namespaces are a way to isolate stuff softly. They're not a hard isolation. They, by themselves, don't really provide any type of bounds other than organization. Now, there's ways to do it with network policies and whatnot, but that's far outside of this. By default, namespaces are effectively simple organization. Effectively. All right, so let's list, we actually have some in our Twitch alerts. We've seen the Twitch alerts working. Thank you guys for the follows and the subs. You guys are absolute legends. K get pods -in, and this is our Twitch alerts namespace. You can also do namespace here, so we'll see that this works, but let's do it with namespace. It's -- namespace. Same thing. If you don't know the namespace and are just looking for all pods, you can do -A. This will do absolutely all namespaces that it can find, and it will list the namespace over here. So you can see that in our production cluster, there's quite a few pods of different things running. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. So let's go back to just looking at our Twitch alerts, and we can see that these are running. But we've talked about pods are really just the isolated process. What's driving this pod? Well, that would be the deployment. So we can do k-get deployments. You can do k-get just about anything, okay? Deployments, and we'll want to do those in the Twitch alerts namespace. And you'll see that there is a Twitch alerts deployment. Now, it's pretty easy to tell if a deployment owns a pod. So deployments actually spawn the pods. They actually spawn other things that spawn the pods, but we'll get into that more. They actually spawn the pods. So indirectly, directly. So let's go ahead and look at this deployment. Now, if there's already a cluster and you want to see the deployments, there's a command called describe, but you can also do get deployments, and you can actually just give it the deployment you'd like to get. So we would like, this deployment, right? Twitch alerts. Now that gives us specifically this, but this isn't very useful. So we're going to want a little bit more information. So you can do the O, and there's several things that you can pass in, including wide, which just gives you a little bit more information. So this gives us the image that we're pulling. So if you're wanting to know what container image is using, there it's right there. It tells you the container. This pod actually has 2 containers running. And it's pretty cool, but we really want to see the deployment as it was. So you can just do YAML. And this is basically going to regurgitate the YAML that was used to create it. Now, there's actually more than what was used to create it, because status is something that Kubernetes adds itself. And yeah, so this shows us a bunch of different stuff that is in our thing. Now, what I want to point out here is this is a deployment. It's a type of deployment. And if you look at it, it has a spec, and in that spec, it tells what containers you want to run. What containers you want to run. So this is telling Kubernetes how we want our process to run. And this is actually easier to see in K9s. So we're going to open up K9s over here. We're going to open up K9s over here, and we're going to look at it in K9s because it's just easier to observe. So we're going to switch over to our Kubernetes namespace, and we're going to open up, we're going to hit D here to describe this. And so what I wanted to point out here is that we're running in our containers multiple containers. We're using Lightstream. This actually syncs that database. So every time somebody follows and makes a new alert, this Lightstream actually saves that to the cloud. So when this server crashes, when something happens to the server and it goes away, I still have all of our Twitch alerts. Every single story created for you guys has been saved and can be on our database. And I don't have to go through anything really complicated. But this needs to run right beside the other container, which is our Twitch alerts. These are the actual alerts running, and this is the container that's running on it. And you can see the ID of the container that's running, the version, the actual SHA of the manifest that's running, all of these things. So when I say a deployment tells it how to make it run, it tells everything, including environment secrets. So these are the secrets that are passed. So we've configured secrets. We've configured environment config maps to configure how this runs, because this needs to access Twitch. It needs to authenticate with Twitch. It needs to authenticate with ChatGPT. It needs to hit a database. So we have to configure it to hit a database. All of these things. The same with Lightstream. Lightstream needs to access our access key and secret key to hit where we store it in the cloud. All of these things for this process are configured by Kubernetes. Okay. Does this all make sense so far? Am I taking it overly simplistic? I never know, again, where people are starting. So this was 101. I'm taking the stance that you know very little about Kubernetes. And I want to start with a firm foundation of what and where Kubernetes is. Now, I hope that you all have a Kind cluster running. If you don't, let's remember how to start a Kind cluster. Go install Kind. Right here. I'm going to put this in. Did you like the video toggle bit? I have so many ways I can make the next ones better. I've never done a video like that before. So I'm you know, hopefully I'll get you know, Prime to react to one of my honest videos. I need to do an honest video of Prime just to bait him into reacting to it. So Togglebit, the exploding rocket is actually going to be in the one with the networking. So I took some of the things out to do another video on, another honest ad on, and there's definitely explosions in that one. All right. So I recommend going and getting Kind because it's the easiest way to run a local Kubernetes cluster by far. Should end in a crash. Oh my goodness. That would have been amazing. Oh, I'm so angry at myself. Russell, do you mind if I borrow that for one of my other Kubernetes ones? Do you mind? That is pure brilliance. That is pure brilliance. I will give you credit in the credits. I will give you credit. Oh, okay. And Togglebit, I will give you a credit for the explosions. Okay, I will give you credit for the explosions. Okay. So go get Kind. Go install it. If you haven't installed it, go get Kind. It's one of the easiest ways. It's used throughout the community. There's other solutions. If you want to use those, go for those solutions. I like giving credit where it's due. It's brilliant, and I don't want people to think that I came up with it because I'm not that brilliant. It's brilliant. Yeah. I'll put your address and everything so people know where to find you. You know, to give you credit. I'm just joking. I was not actually threatening to dox anybody. Just so we're all clear, was not actually doing that. Okay, so let's create another kind cluster. We already have one that's running. We can do kind ls, not ls, kind clusters. Wait. Get clusters. And we can see that we already have one running, but we're going to create another one. That's our Eddington cluster. We don't really want to touch that one. Kind create cluster name learn Kate's. And we're creating a new cluster, a new Kubernetes cluster. Watch how long this takes. Watch how long it takes. There we go. There we go. And it's already updated your context. Check that out. We're on the Learn Kate's Kubernetes cluster. Cool. Okay. So now we are going to start playing around with deploying what we're making in the Rust class. Now, you don't have to be in the Rust class. If you don't want to learn Rust, that's fine. But in the Rust class, we are actually creating a to-do app, and we're going to be deploying it on Kubernetes as we go. So that we get an actual applicable thing that we created. Because a lot of the times I find we do stuff like Nginx. We've already deployed Nginx once. We already created a pod of Nginx. But that doesn't explain how you create a container and how Kubernetes knows where to find that container. So next week for our class, what we're going to do is we're actually going to deploy the Rust application we make in the first part of the day. If you look, we already have a Docker file because we talked about it. So let's check out this Docker file. This Docker file builds our release, we need to update it because it's kind of busted. But we're going to update it. We're going to make it a better Docker file, and we're actually going to deploy it and access it via Kubernetes. So we're going to make all deployment files for it, and we're going to deploy this. We're going to get a service for it and all of that good stuff. So that's what we're going to do next Saturday. Yeah. All right. It is past 2 for me. So I have family stuff to attend to. I want you guys to be giving me your recommendations for how to do the news. I think possibly we're going to do it for lunch, maybe Friday lunch, noon Eastern Standard Time. I think that's maybe what's going to happen. This week it's safe. It's happening tomorrow, like usual. We got to talk about a big Mac update. There's been a huge Mac update we've got to talk about. It's amazing. This Mac update is one of the best Mac updates. It's the reason I'm going to use Mac from this point on. I'm so upset that it's not crashing my stream right now. I'm so upset that I'm doing this, and it's so unreliable. It's the worst feature Mac has ever released, and we're going to talk about it. Anyways, sorry, that was a joke, and people would have gotten it if it had crashed my stream. It just crashes the UI. Mac has done something amazing. Yeah, we might do high noon news on Fridays. High noon news. It's not the null news anymore. It's high noon news, which then would happen at like what, 1:12 or something. When is high noon? Does ChatGPT know when? ChatGPT. When is high noon in Kentucky? When is high noon in Kentucky? High noon is not noon. This is just really wrong, isn't it? I don't know when high noon is. $1:48. Okay, 1:48 is high noon. I knew that high noon wasn't. ChatGPT is just terrible. It just straight up lied. Its whole thing of it not being at noon was because of time zone shift, which isn't even true. High noon has never been at noon. That's why high noon is different than the word noon. No. High noon is when the sun is at its highest peak, which is not noon, interestingly enough. It's low noon at 11. I'll have to cowboy it up since I'm the only American on this stream. I don't know that that's true. Scott B isn't here. I think I'm going to call him out. All right. So I need to get going. Before I go, let's actually write up some notes. Okay, we got this as the notes. This is important. Yeah. Okay. So we got this. We want to do a few actual notes though. I know that this was a lot of theory, but I wanted to talk about it before we just started packaging and throwing stuff, because I think that people think Kubernetes solves problems. It doesn't. And I want people to understand that it just orchestrates processes when you have a lot of processes to orchestrate. So if you don't have a bunch of processes to orchestrate, it's completely useless. My Twitch alerts would be so much easier not orchestrated by Kubernetes because it's only one process. And so it's not difficult to orchestrate manually. So your architecture needs to require you have a lot of processes and a lot of machines and a lot of stuff. It requires a lot. Anyways, I hope that was time worth spent, because next week we're going to just be packaging. We're going to actually be manually writing deployments and services and whatnot and accessing those things. But I wanted to have that good foundation. Hopefully that was good foundation to have. Because I want these live learnings to be like really hands-on, like super hands-on. I don't know why this is super hands-on keyboard. I want them to be super hands-on, and next week you guys should be able to follow along, because we're just packaging something. But I thought that this was really good fundamentals to cover. And like I said, the next time we do this live class, it will be better. Please come prepared to ask questions. I think that's one of the great things that we can have of this is asking questions. So learn fundamentals of what Kubernetes provides to support orchestration of processes. Okay, learn fundamentals of what Kubernetes provides. These were deployments, services, secrets, config maps. Yeah, those were the major ones we talked about. Okay, and really, yeah. That was about it. Most of the notes are here, which are good. So Temporis, yeah, we write custom operators. I 100% can do those. Is that part of the 101? Is writing your own operator part of 101? Or I think that feels like more like a 202. I feel like that's a 202. Now, maybe using an operator and talking about what a CRD is a 101. And like using somebody else's CRD is a 101. I hadn't put that in the 101, but I think that might be a good 101, but definitely a 202. Yeah, let's, and we can, if people are really interested right now, we can do a one-off session on operators and bust out an operator. In fact, I made a game using an operator, and I actually have an update plan for it because I think it would be a fun YouTube video, so we can do that actually. The game that I made, and I made a YouTube video a couple years back on this, was, you guys know the game Hangman where you have to guess things? I made a Kubernetes operator that does that. So it's a game you can play in your Kubernetes operator and look like you're being productive. It's a stupid game. Anyways, you get it's super stupid. But the next iteration of that, basically, I'm gonna force you to guess with pods and services. So services are going to be vowels and pods are going to be, and it's like how you name the pod. It's going to be stupid. It's going to be fun, but you're going to have to like create those things in the cluster to make your guess. Anyways, like I said, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And basically the Hangman part of it is there's going to be an app that's running. And if you lose, it kills the app. It's an operator, and so we can build that as you know, a specific Kubernetes operator. It's a dumb operator, like that's not what you use operators for, but it uses all the pieces of an operator, watching resources and owning resources and things like that. So it's actually fairly good as far as owning resources. Just it's not one you want to install on your cluster. Okay. Your app is literally on the gallows. Yep. I thought it was fun. I think it's it covers all the basic things that an operator does. So that's anyways. I'm trying to make learning fun. Is the idea. I'm trying to make learning fun. All right. Oh, if you fail the game, it changes all your certs. That would be devastating. On all your clusters that you have configured, it just goes to all the other clusters. Oh. No. Okay, not that. That's a joke. Let's find somebody to raid. Twitch. Another thing that I want to be really good at, and I've been trying to look myself, I would like if you guys find a small streamer in the computer science, software, game development that's a good small streamer. I really want to do my part to also somebody that's really there trying to learn and whatnot. Let me know because I want to build a list of ones to raid. You know, I can always raid Melky if you guys wanted to see a Go stream. I think he's streaming right now. But I'd also like to do my part in helping people find some of us smaller creators. I know I'm a small creator. But there's obviously smaller. I streamed to one person for the longest of times. Thank you. You know who you are. You're in this stream. I've streamed to 1 and 2 people for a very long time, and I'm so thankful for all of you joining the stream. You guys make it a blast. I enjoy our time. Let me find a stream. I'm not finding none of the ones that I've curated right now. Thank you so much, Cypher. Cypher's been around long enough to know the original ones. So touche. All right, you know what? We're gonna do Melky today. We're gonna do Melky today, but please, if you find some small ones, if you find some small streamers that are really good, that are looking to learn, and you know, they don't have to be good as like they know everything. I mean, like their goal is to like learn something and have fun while doing it, and you know, that type of stuff. Let me know. I've made some missteps in just going to a small streamer, and I kind of would like to know a little bit before I just dump you guys on them. But I'm trying to do my point, or my part with that. So, let me know. Let me know if you guys find them. I would appreciate it, because I want to do my part, because it can be really hard for you to get a group of people following you. So, all right. Go say hello to Melky. He doesn't really know who I am. Go say hello to him anyways. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. I will see you guys later, and have fun. He does a lot of Go stuff. He's probably much better at Go than I am. So if you like Go or want to learn more about Go, go follow him. I think he's making a class on it. Have yourselves a fantastic rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the news. And thanks, everybody, for following, sticking around, and all the subs. You guys are fantastic. Go say hi to Melky.
Ugh, bro, I fucking hate React. Ugh. Yo, what's up, Merrick? Thank you for that raid. What's going on, dude? Get in here. Can we get a shout for Merrick counts? What's going on, homie? How was your stream? Hello. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. My name is Melky. I work at Twitch as a machine learning infrastructure engineer. I'm making an application where it teaches people how to use Go interactively. So we make you use, you browse, you go to a course, you download a repo, you spin up a repo, and we do everything like that. So you actually write code, submit it, and we validate it. So that's what we're building. Unfortunately, caught me doing a very niche integration with Stripe. So I'm pretty much hating my life right now. So if you fuck with any of that, this is going to be the stream for you. But Merrick, thank you for that raid, bro. Hope you have a good day. Make sure you guys all follow Merrick. What are you building? It's awesome. Thanks for putting in the work to help people learn. It's my passion. We were doing a live class on Rust. Hell yeah, dude. Where are you teaching? We joined the perfect time to hear about React. Hi there. Okay, what am I even doing? I have to make a new redirect page. I don't know if they are Kush.